Welcome, everybody. This is your Friday night Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined tonight by my pal Card Gamer, who you might recognize from the Mastering Runeterra Squadcast, our podcast that we do every, Tuesday? Thursday? I don't know. I'm losing track of
Every
days.
Tuesday.
My brain's
Tuesdays.
melted. How you
All
doing?
good.
How you doing, Card Gamer?
I'm doing great, I'm excited to see some Runeterra, hopefully at the highest level. Hopefully everyone brings their A game tonight. And I'm very excited to see it because we're on a new patch, Monty.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot to talk about with this new patch, just with buffs and nerfs alone. But then when you factor in all of the changes of just play patterns and power level of some cards with the cast play merge and burst pass changes, I'm just really excited to see. And as you mentioned, this is the Road to Seasonals tournament. I think we're all competitive players here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm bringing to Seasonals, and hopefully these players can give me a good idea.
Yeah, I am struggling with the same thing. I got a lineup article that I need to write tonight after we're done. And right now, I honestly have no idea where to start. I'm thinking I'm going to steal one of my lineup from last night, which was Pantheon plus Draven Rumble. It was Draven Rumble.
If I remember.
Draven Scion. Oh my, it's going to be a day.
Draven Scion and J Sentinels, I believe.
Yeah, except the Sentinels one is a little bit suspect, so I think I'm going to skip out on that one, find a replacement there. But speaking of lineups, we do have some spicy ones tonight. Our pal Snipe Cross did let us know that he has brought some very spicy stuff. Sion, Elise, Katarina, Riven, LeBlanc, Rally, Yetis. And what was the third deck that he mentioned? I've forgotten it.
Jinx Rumble, I believe.
Yes, that's true.
That'll be exciting for sure. But unfortunately, our buddy Snipe Cross has a bye round one, so we'll have to catch him next round. However, who can we watch this round, Monty?
We are going to try and get into the match between Sonicholic and Ferretto if we can. Ferretto did win our first of these tournaments on a couple nights ago. It's been a few nights at this point, but yeah. So excited to bring you guys another champions lineup.
Yeah, so Ferretto is a very strong player, and maybe not the most well-known in the North American and English-speaking scene, but very well-known in the Latin America scene. He's a Pandex player, a very strong player. He tends to be at home on like the Demacia board-based mid-range decks. And I mean, outside of winning LATAM tournaments with the Pandex organization, as you just mentioned, Monty, he won Wednesday. This guy's ready to keep winning events and hopefully do that in seasonals.
Sonic is another strong player as well. His opponent, he comes from Europe, I believe, Czech Republic. Am I right in that one?
Yeah, I believe he's from Czech with Thomas and Baj and them. A very strong country for Runeterra players.
Definitely. Also, very nice guy as well. Hopefully, these games will be getting underway soon so we can jump into it. But while we're waiting, do we want to take a look at these deck lists, Card Gamer?
Definitely. I'm looking at Sonicholic's lineup right now, and he certainly has an interesting one. So the first deck Sonic decided to bring is the Aphelios, a deck I know you're familiar with, Monty. Cephalopod as well has been hyping this one up on Twitter. We're using Fizz Aphelios in the attach package to, try and create a lead in any way possible, value tempo, and just, kind of ride that to victory. He also has the Ezreal Heimerdinger, the Broken Ball pile, using a lot of the burn and manifest and choppers to just push as much chip damage as possible and just blow up a stack later with Ezreal.
Yeah, this is a deck that I was getting my hands on a little bit today as well. And man, it looks pretty straightforward, but it's really tricky to navigate. You kind of have to decide whether you want to be going for like a big Heimerdinger turn, or you just want to be playing for Ezreal, or if you're just playing to push that board damage alongside the chompers in the early game. It's a tricky one to pilot, and I look forward to seeing how Sonic handles himself with it. Maybe I can pick up a couple tips of my own. And then that last one that you were going to start us off on here, Card Gamer, it looks like it's Draven Scion. It's exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Draven Scion, is just an insanely strong deck. It comes in, it never runs out of cards, it never runs out of things to put on the board and attack you with, and even once you think you're maybe turning the corner and you're okay, they're just going to drop a Scion or a Farron. And that's hard to deal with, man.
Yeah, this is looking like it's exactly the same list that What Am I won with last night. I think there's not a single card change that's been done. The Travelers are in there, the double Farron, the single survival skills, the Whirling Death. This is a list that's looking to maybe play a little bit slower, but we saw how What Am I was able to pilot that last night. Even coming back against, I think it was Void who was on the Kindred Viego and healed 16 in a turn. So killing somebody through 36 is quite the accomplishment in my eyes. And then our
Certainly.
other player, Ferretto, I wonder if he's on the same lineup he's been playing the past couple nights here. We have Caitlyn Ezreal Tribeam. This one, double Farron, double Aloof Travelers. Aloof Travelers making their way back into the metagame. It's a little bit surprising to me, but it's a card I've always been a pretty big fan of.
Yeah, Aloof Travelers is certainly a very strong card in the right meta. Before, when it was a 3/4 and it had a house of a body, you could just slam that thing in whatever. But with a 2/3, it doesn't give you as much presence on board, and it's definitely more of a decision if you want to include it.
Mm-hmm. And then there is that Zoe Aphelios Vi list that he's been playing with the One Veil Temple. And to round out the lineup, Victor Lee Sin. We also saw this, I think it was the exact same lineup piloted by Tiburon, their manager, last night as well. But these gentlemen do appear to have gone into game, and we did miss the mulligan phase a little bit, but we do have Caitlyn Tribeam Ezreal versus the Ezreal Heimerdinger deck. A little bit of an Ezreal mirror matchup, not something we've seen in maybe a little while now.
Yeah, so we haven't seen this matchup in a while. I will do my best to get Ferretto's side for everyone, but unfortunately, Spectate is disallowed.
Okay.
Well, it looks like it's been taken care of. So yeah, we should be getting Ferretto's hand any moment now.
Thank you very much for taking care of that for us, Card Gamer.
But anyways, going into turn 2, Sonic got his chip and there was no response from Ferretto. Ferretto actually had the Thermo in hand, decided to not send that off, electing to try and use it to stack up.
Tribeam instead, yeah. Is there even a Tribeam in his hand?
There's not, but okay. You're representing it, right? Mm-hmm. And with double Scorched as well as
now he finds
not having any other removal, yeah. Not wanting to spend your only piece of removal on only a 2/1 makes a lot of sense.
Certainly does. Also, 2 damage, not that big of a deal. But 3, that's when it starts to get a little bit scarier. Probably not going to see a block come out from this Caitlyn. Oh, it looks like I spoke too soon. Maybe considering anyways, debating. There are a lot of pings in this Ezreal Heimerdinger deck. 2 group shot, 3 pokey stick, 3 static shock. Not to mention the Conchologist card that was just discovered, which could be a whole number of things. No need to sacrifice the Caitlyn that quickly.
Certainly, but on the other side, this deck has a whole lot of ways to deal damage, a whole lot of spot removal, and you're getting low. You have no healing. At this point, you might just want to cash in the Caitlyn, get your guaranteed strike for a couple flash bombs, save some HP, and just, make them use the ping.
Ezreal played out after the attack. Maybe just to increase the odds he has an answer for this open attack if it comes out, in the case he draws the second Ezreal. Maybe just to get some board presence, and if the Chompers don't want to block, well, Ezreal can save you some HP.
Yeah, Ezreal can save some HP in a pinch, and also with this hand, I think Ferretto wants his opponent to develop into him, and playing out the Ezreal, I think, is a play that can help encourage development from your opponent.
That's not something I've considered, but very, very heads up way of thinking about the game. Very, very great to see. And Chompers comes out, or Arachnoid Sentry comes out onto the Flame Choppers to prevent the pull here. This kind of nullifies the swing from the side of Sonic now.
Yeah. The swing isn't great for Sonic, but I really think as the Vandal City Ezreal player in this position, you want to be liquidating your board at this point and start switching to a purely removal game plan to flip your Ezreal and start pressuring with a kill. Because I think one of the scarier ways to lose this game is to get destroyed by Tri-Beam tempo and an Ezreal to finish out. If you decide to play from a more combo-y angle, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get that tempo turn.
And here's the first Tri-Beam being cast just to get a 3-drop, and that's not a particularly good one. But something is better than nothing in this situation if you're Ferretto.
Certainly. And while we are removing a unit from the board, unfortunately for the side of Ferretto, we haven't been able to manage these chompers. And that just means that the Zonite Urchin is just going to keep hitting face until we draw a piece of spot removal.
And the Heimerdinger comes down. With the cast changes, this guy is going to be able to get a ton of value regardless of whether or not this thermal beam comes out for him.
Yeah, and because that's the case, I think Ferretto just decides to, play the Station Archivist and stack up the Tri-Beam more and, just get value, get on board a little bit harder.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Can't really deny his timer value.
Gives him some more openings for spot removal as well. And here we're going to see the Piltover Pacemaker come out onto the Heimerdinger. And I imagine we'll get that followed up with a Scorched Earth, not the Thermal Beam that I was expecting.
Yeah, I think you really need to use the Scorched Earth here. I think this is a really smart and heads-up play from Ferretto, recognizing he needs to enable these Scorched Earths in his hand, and his best angle for winning this game is to try and make this Tri-Beam, take out an Ezreal, and get a huge amount of tempo. And I think he's playing to try and set that up.
Yeah, but with the way this is played out, Sonic's Ezreal is already at 6 out of 6, so it's leveled. Alongside the Mystic Shot and the Group Shot, that's nearly lethal.
Yeah, looks like Ferretto's in a very difficult spot, but crazier things have happened, potentially. Maybe.
What's his Tri-Beam at? Can he get healing off of it?
It is an 8-cost Tri-Beam.
Okay.
It might go for the Gorlith.
Yeah, that's something. It's a Gorlith angle. That is a legitimate angle he could be looking at here. It's a new card, and something that you could perhaps consider working into your own Tri-Beam gameplay when you're low and you're in these bad matchups, or maybe not necessarily a bad matchup, but when the matchup has gone so wrong for you, you maybe need to start being able to look for those high roll angles.
Yeah, I remember when Tri-Beam was at its peak, back in the Draven Ezreal, Farron makes 3 decimates, 4-mana Tri-Beam, the glory days. A lot of the top players, especially the players who would play a lot of Tri-Beam, would, and it looks like this is going to be game right here. Just the Ezreal changes making it happen on the stack. But, a lot of old Tri-Beam players would memorize the tables of the hits. So, like, if they needed an elusive in a pinch or a lifesteal unit in a pinch, they knew which numbers they had to look for.
Yeah, that's a super heads-up way to play the game. Definitely something you need to be considering when you're playing this RNG card. Yes, it is RNG, but you can still maximize the rolls for your to find the lines that you need to be able to win games from unfavored positions.
It looks like we have both players switching it up. Before we had the Ezreal mirror, now we have the Aphelios mirror.
This is something that we haven't seen in recent days. It's been a while since both players have been on Aphelios. Harkens all the way back towards the end of that TF Fizz meta, when Aphelios was arguably the best or the second best deck in the game, depending on who you asked. Zoe comes down on one for Ferretto. Sonic does have the option to match with the Fizz, but I would imagine we're just going to see the Yordle Squire played out instead.
Yeah, I would imagine we go with the Yordle Squire and try to get aggressive, take our 2 on the open. And then decide if we're banking into having the spell mana saved up for the Lantern on turn 3. But, speaking of the Aphelios mirror, I would say that I think Ferretto is slightly advantaged. While they both have the Moon Boy in hand and the supporting cast as well, I do think the fact that Ferretto is just playing a bit bigger of this Targon deck should give him an edge in the matchup.
Really, I think it might be the opposite. The fact that Ferretto has very limited healing in their hand at this point means that the tempo deck can probably just eke out the win before it comes down, especially since this is such a cheesy style deck where you want to be winning in the end game with something like a double attack Papercraft Dragon Fizz. We'll see how it ends up playing out, though.
We will certainly see, Monty. I think one of the reasons why a lot of Aphelios decks tend to be able to feel quite comfortable is because they have the Hush, you know, while it doesn't remove the attach keyword, it removes the elusive from Fizz, and, you know, you can end up blocking it. Also, they can make elusive blockers as well, and the Gravitum can be quite annoying. But as you mentioned, especially with a Lantern down, Sonic's deck, this Fae deck, can go very fast and create a lot of tempo that these slower versions of Aphelios sometimes just can't handle.
Yeah, this deck from the side of Sonic isn't really an Aphelios deck. We jokingly called it Aphelios. Not jokingly, we aptly named it Aphelios. It's made a nice pun there, but at the end of the day, this deck really is just playing for tempo. It wants to get on the board, it wants to get ahead and make the opponent play at its pace. And these slower Targon style decks, like the one from Pareto, can sometimes struggle to keep up with that, exactly as you said. The Calibrum comes out here, going to work towards Aphelios' level up condition, work towards Zoe's level up condition, and seek to remove one of the power cards from the deck of Sonicolic in the Gleaming Lantern.
And I would imagine he's already committed and he's okay playing this Pale Cascade here. I wonder why he decided to wait so long. I think in this position as Sonic, you have to assume your opponent is going to be phasing the Calibrum on Aphelios every time to try and remove this Lantern. However, I still think Sonic's in a very good position, you know, unless Pareto has the Mystic Shot right here, he will be able to get down the Papercraft Dragon on Fizz and push a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this will almost certainly force a Zoe block, I think.
Yeah, I would expect Zoe to block as well. Taking 8 on turn 4 probably is not what you're looking to do as Pareto. As well as this Lantern, I would imagine, crashes in, as well as the other units just trying to push as much pressure on the table as well. Perhaps not now that we've developed the dog, but...
Yeah, I like the Doggo over the Thermal Beam. The Thermal Beam does remove the Lantern immediately there, but the Doggo provides... The Doggo stops the attack a lot better.
Yeah, I would agree. I think your opponent got their big payoff from the Lantern already, and at this point we need to focus more so on stabilizing as opposed to preventing the value. As well as we don't have a way to efficiently clean up this Lantern right now without making the rest of our game plan very awkward.
The one thing it does kind of mess up is it lets your opponent put down another, potentially allows your opponent to put down another Lantern, like Sonic is most likely about to. The other option, of course, being Aphelios is still a good one. Looks like he's going to go for that line instead.
Yeah, I would imagine he decides to, yeah, like you said, do that to play Aphelios and have the threat of the gun. I think when you play Aphelios with this 2-mana banked, and especially with your opponent not knowing exactly what gun you have, you're in a really strong position to kind of, you know, take an edge in the game. Your opponent kind of has to be a little bit reactive. You have this very expensive tool on the board, and you have this gun that you can throw out at no expense.
Remember when your opponent just could never know what gun you had?
Yeah, that was not very cool. That was not very cash money of Riot Games, if I do say so myself.
They did fix it pretty quickly, though. It lasted till the second Aphelios nerf, so I guess not that quickly.
Yeah, Aphelios is a weird champ. I think it just took a while to figure out what he's actually supposed to be doing in the game, so he can exist in a reasonable state. And I think he is existing in a reasonable state right now, and I'm very happy to have him in the meta.
Yeah, me too. I think he makes the meta quite exciting. And here, do you think we're going to just see an open attack committal with the Flame Spitter onto the Fizz?
So, yeah, I would imagine that we just go for that. There isn't anything else we can really do without falling prey to the fact that we're already 6 wide, and it's really hard to get wider than our opponent right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we just want to take the attack and, try and make things as awkward for them as possible, and then figure out what's our plan to construct a lethal from here.
Flame Spitter gets you there, right? Because it adds...
Yes, flame.
It's 1 off, I think.
6, right?
We're 1 off.
Yeah. So Flame Spitter, you would be 1 off.
And I guess as a result, Sonic decides to let it through.
Yeah. But if they have Star Shaping, if they have Guiding, then you're way further off. Your only reach in this deck, not on your turn, is Pokey Stick.
Mm-hmm.
And I can pull up the list real quick because I don't know off the top. But Ferretto, I would imagine, plays some number of Hush, which, would not feel very good for Fizz to get hit with right there if you commit the Flame Spitter.
Yeah, I think you can make a read that there's probably not a Hush, though, just because of,
that's fair.
Of the way that the previous turn worked out. It is definitely a consideration still, nonetheless. Take the damage that you're guaranteed, exactly for the reason that you said there, Card Gamer. If they do have the Hush, you're feeling really bad about that. Of course, the double attack still comes through, but you lose all the buff, and if there's any healing, then you're not guaranteed to end the game on your next swing, like you apparently are right now.
Yeah.
And Ferretto opted
to end the game, but Ferretto picking up the Severum, allowing him to heal up, giving him the Aphelios Quick Steal to try and attack in as well. Or Quick Attack, I apologize.
Well, Quick Steal is technically correct. Life Steal and Quick Attack. It's 2-in-1 combo.
Yeah, we do a bit of abbreviating. And it can even make it elusive. But Sonic holding the Gravitums in a smart manner to answer the Severum. And it honestly just feels like Sonic had a very nice hand, and I think it's something that you've harped on a lot before, but he's playing a bit of a weird deck, and he knows how to play his matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he was ready for everything Ferretto could throw at him, and Ferretto, on the other hand, was not quite as ready for what this Aphelios deck was throwing back.
Yeah, and it looks like the Hush is... Ferretto's only option now is to pick up a Hush to stop this Fizz. We'll see if he can do it. Infernum onto the Mariner. I wonder if this is just to cycle the Moon Weapon, or if we're going to see a swing come through.
Yeah, I would imagine it's just to cycle the Moon Weapon. Electing to phase Calibrum, I believe.
Most likely.
And deciding to get in, try and pressure, see if he can get the Fizz to block, and decide to Pale Cascade. It's a bit of a wishful line, but I think it's a good thought at this point as Ferretto. You kind of need to just do anything you can to give yourself a chance to, win. And it's congruent with our idea of, hey, we want to, cycle.
Sonic feels comfortable taking the block, says if there is a Pale Cascade or something here, I can go ahead and answer with my Wallop. And then you once again have to answer to me. Change his mind.
Yeah.
Says, I'm just going to stay six wide. I don't want to get punished by Pale Cascade. Taking 5 damage doesn't really matter to me in this spot. And I like this a little bit better.
Yeah, this feels like a position as Sonicolic where you just, you think about it and, you go, why are they attacking here? What's in their list? How much burn do they have? What can I lose to? How much healing? Just cycling through every possible card and combination that makes the spot losing. Because if I'm Sonic, I feel like I'm in a very commanding position right now.
I think so too. With the double Flame Spitter available to you, with the 6-wide board, with the Fizz and the Papercraft Dragon attached, you gotta be feeling really good about this. You definitely have an inkling that there's probably no Hush. If you're making reads and paying attention to what happened last turn, they might have decided to block the Fizz instead of taking all the damage. But of course, there is no guarantee. Could have been sandbagged a bit.
Certainly. And looks like we are on draw hush %. And that's not a hush.
No, it's not. We do have 2 heals, or 2 more draws in the guiding touches to see if we can get there. The mana's available as well. Sonic,
however,
has no decision.
Unfortunately, 11 HP does not survive against a 6-3 double attack impact Fizz.
No, it does not. And the double and the impact can be reapplied, right? Even if it is hushed off, he can get that impact back and still continue to be able to push at least that little extra bit of damage.
Oh yeah, with 2 Flame Spitter in hand, this Fizz can just go absolutely crazy. I would imagine it's very difficult for Feretto to find a way to survive this turn. Even if he had 10 good cards in hand, let alone the 10 he has.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for sure. Calibrum going to come down, clear out the second Gleaming Lantern, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Fizz is on the board, like we've been saying. He's ready to go in and connect with the Nexus, make a couple sharks, deal some impact damage.
Yeah, and I think this is just one of the strengths of Fizz showing, and really like this deck at its peak, the Aphelios deck, working where you just get to, you have your Lantern, you have your Fizz, you have your Papercraft Dragon, you have your Aphelios. And played our cards, and man, we killed them.
Yes, we did. Did indeed. Now Feretto has to dig for that hush, just like we said. We'll see if he can find it.
And the second guiding, hoping for the hush. Unfortunately, not it.
Is level up going to come through?
Generating 2 sharks.
Stunning
the Aphelios. Pushing a whole bunch more. Not even using the Flame Spitters this game. And Sonic Holic taking it down to a really strong performance, I think. With these, dare I say, Zoomer decks from our EU Zoomer.
They are indeed Zoomer decks. It's a very accurate description. No more Boomer decks here. No, we saw some Ashnox and some Threshnosis yesterday. Those are Boomer decks, though. They belong in the past.
It's Friday. There's no school tomorrow. Mom said I can stay up late. The Zoomers are taking over tonight.
Yes, they are.
You guys, watch out. You're trying to play Solari Priestess in your Aphelios deck? Nah, I play 3-mana cards that make my cards cost less.
Yep.
That's what it's about.
I'm not trying to stall. I'm trying to kill you. Aphelios attacks in that deck, like, pretty much always. He's not really, like I was saying at the start, it's really not an Aphelios deck at the end of the day. It's very much a Fizz deck. You want to get in with that cheesy Fizz lethal as often as you can. That's probably why I like it so much.
Most certainly. And you want to try and hop into another game real quick.
Yes.
That was a quick one, so I'm sure we have plenty of time.
Yeah, it does look like we have lots of options here. I'm just trying to take a peek to see who might still be going that I do have on my friends list.
What if we try and hop into the Leovold versus Grandpa Rochi game?
Yeah, I'm down for that. I have Rochi's side if you have...
Yeah, let me grab Leo.
Great. It's a good one to get into as well, show off some of our community members.
And it looks like we are getting into game, and is that Rochi pile?
It's the Rochi pile. Yep, yes it is. This is, for those of you who haven't seen Rochi's Twitter, this is the new Malphite tech. It's Udyr Malphite Zoe. I guess the Zoe, I don't think I saw the Zoe on the Twitter, thing, but he's playing stuff like Veiled Temple. And this is nutty.
Yeah, this deck is orthogonal now. We've added Zoe.
The new Malphite level up. The new Malphite play effect is going to come into... Maybe not come into play here, but it's going to matter somewhat. Letting him stun the 2/2. And it looks like we're actually going to see an Overwhelm come down onto the Malphite. And the temple gives you the mana that you need to play the stun anyways. Yo, Rochi's a 5-head.
But like, okay, but imagine if they didn't nerf temple though.
Yeah.
Like how not okay would it be if this Malphite was 10-12?
Yeah, Rochi not even gonna go for the stun here. It just realizes that it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. And I honestly think Leo's in a pretty alright position.
Maybe.
So you can set up a really big attack. Ooh, I don't know if that is the line I would go for as Leo. I think you want to Poro Cannon out the chompers and then play a Fearsome over one of the 2 attack units.
I like that line.
You know, going for a big push, seeing if we can force a lethal here. Have a bit of burn in the back.
Rochi, of course, does have the star shaping available to him at this point. So the healing going to come through. Not feeling too threatened by that. There's no Sion down on the side of Leo's board. And with the attack token coming back our way and a full board from the side of Leo, we can just develop into this unstoppable force. We don't have to worry about, well, what can they do afterwards? What can they do here, there, whatever?
And a little bit late, but Sion showing up. Unfortunately, I don't think it will be able to do enough against this Malphite.
Looks like tonight might just be the night of unconventional decks showing their stuff.
I didn't know Malphite was a zoomer.
Yeah, neither did I. But apparently, Rochi says he is.
Yeah. I guess so.
Avatar, it's like an earthbender, right? Almost. That's like a zoomer show, kind of.
Is it a zoomer show?
I don't know. At this point, I think it's an everything show.
Yeah, I don't know. If we're nostalgic about it, can it really be a zoomer show, Monty? Like,
that's probably that's a fair assessment.
Maybe I'm a zoomer, but I think you're certainly not a zoomer, Monty.
Depending on which demographist you ask, I am in fact a zoomer. Some people say
you're older than me, so I don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem very accurate.
I definitely relate with the older generation a lot more, but some people have that cutoff at 94, some people have it at 96. It depends. Looks like that might have been the last game in that series. We'll just give this a second here. I'll cut us back to the desk.
All right. But I don't know. Personally, I'll take a stance on it. I think Zoomer cutoff should be if you're younger than me, you're a Zoomer, and if you're older than me, you're a Boomer.
It's a good one.
I think that's fair.
It's a good cutoff for sure.
Yeah. All right, but
that one was definitely finished. But there are some others.
Yeah. Let's see what else is going on.
Tuck versus Prodigy appears to still be going, maybe. Where's Tuck at?
I don't see them.
No, neither do I.
What about perhaps? Do you have Rogio?
I think so. I do.
We could do Lysergic Acid versus Rogio.
I can do that indeed.
I'll grab Lysergic Acid.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Card Gamer. And
yes, sir.
It is Aphelios Lux by the looks of it up against. Oh, this is a deck that I would have expected to see from Rochi. It's Zilean Xerath, staple from a previous meta, has made its return now that MonteXristo has been quote unquote nerfed, and a lot of people are thinking, well, maybe I can change it up and play a different Shuriman control deck. Calling MonteXristo control deck is a stretch, but this one certainly is.
Yeah. This is much more in the controlling pace, you know? Xerath is not killing you. His big friend is, and
the Arsenal.
You didn't know. They call him the Arsenal.
Yeah. With the... Too bad no Arsenals in the hand from Lysergic Acid, but triple Zilean draw, that kind of hurts, to be honest.
Yeah. Triple Zilean is not the greatest. It's a little bit of an awkward spell to use. Not only being a 7-mana spell, but it also only hits champions. I feel like I've seen many players play with Zilean for one of the first times, and they like send a Ruin Runner or some other big unit into combat, and they try and slam it on there, and it just it's champs only, unfortunately.
Doesn't quite work out. This is a pretty good spot for. I actually would have liked to see an hourglass come out there. You've got two of them, and this is interesting. If we're gonna go ahead and do this anyways, why don't we just save the unit?
I'm assuming we didn't save the unit so we could keep this Xerath healthy and safe from the beam. And we didn't want to hourglass the beam because then we take more damage to face.
Okay, that is good logic.
But I'm not a landmark player. I could be wrong.
I think I would have saved my 5/3 fearsome unit and just kept the tempo on, right? While this is definitely a bit more of a controlling deck, we're still playing stuff like the Minefield, we're still playing stuff like the Desert Naturalist and the Endless Devout to be able to get big mid-game tempo turns. And with the hand that I'm seeing from the side of Lysergic Acid, that 5/3 looks pretty good. You're stunning the Lux this turn, you know that for sure. It gives you a lot of options, so I don't know.
5/3 do be looking pretty good right about now. I cannot argue with that, Monty. Just being a very difficult deck for this Demacia deck to block, even to begin with. How many fearsome blockers does this normally run? It's Champs, Vanguard Sergeant, and Blinded Mystic?
Yeah, I think so. Plus, yeah. whatever Pale Cascades you can draw into. Some of these decks, I'm pretty sure, weren't even running a full set of Pale Cascades, though. So, we'll see. I think it would have made a big difference, but now we do have the option. Rochi is just deciding whether or not they want to send this in. Having seen the Hourglass last turn, considers maybe I'll let it through. Instead, just going to let the setup resolve first.
Yeah, ultimately decides to let it through. Says, the stun isn't getting a lot of value because the Xerath is already killing that target. So, I think I can take this hit and just, try and heal up after. Take control of the game from there.
I might have considered attacking with the Xerath there as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but at this point in the game, if you're Lysergic Acid, I imagine you think, I have this time bomb to really hold down the board. I have this Zilean to threaten the Zilean flip and to predict into what I need. I just want to cycle into my arsenal and put on the pressure so they can't kill me, and then I will end the game.
Yeah, definitely a safer line to not give up this, not even risk giving up this Xerath. We're going to have the second Hourglass come out here. The Grumpy Rock Bear is going to go down, and a laser is going to get generated and take out probably the other one as well. But Time Bomb played out not exactly what I was expecting. Zilean is in the hand. Second Zilean is in the hand. We could get a Zilean flip going here pretty reliably.
Yeah, so at this point, Lysergic Acid just really valuing removing this Lux from the board.
I didn't realize it was going to work that way.
Yeah.
I should have caught that. But yes, removing the Lux definitely a powerful thing. I am the landmark player. I have played this deck. I wrote the guide on this deck. When you Hourglass on the left side, if your Xerath is on the right, and you Hourglass, the Hourglass will pop after the Time Bomb, so it doesn't happen because of the way the bench line works.
Are you sure? I believe they changed that.
Did they? If they changed that would be great. It's been a while since I played this.
I think they did change it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that all landmark countdowns go at the same time now.
Ooh, that would be fantastic for this deck. Mm-hmm. To not have to worry about that, because little positioning things like that, you can argue they're skillful, but it's just frustrating a lot of the time when the game doesn't work like how you feel it should.
Oh, well, I think with landmarks it's just super frustrating too, because you aren't able to reorder your landmarks. I can understand the argument for attackers, right? Because you can reorder them. This was really apparent in the Zerarelia in some iterations of the deck, especially. I don't recall exactly if it was due to bugs or specific interactions, but reordering your champs was very important sometimes, right? To
Mm-hmm.
make sure people saw the triggers in the right order, and you had power to do that. But if you had a rearranged Dais, that's really silly because after you play it, it's just going to keep moving left until it's as far left as possible, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Rite of Negation probably going to be the response here, and it is indeed. This Arsenal, along with the rest of the units, are going to now be able to swing in, and that should close out the game for the side of Lysergic Acid here.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do for the side of Rogio to prevent this lethal. Can generate a laser, but unfortunately I don't think that will be enough.
Off by 1. Lux still going to go down, though. And there are at least 6 time bombs left in the deck from Lysergic Acid. 6 or 7 time bombs left in the deck from Lysergic Acid. Because we have seen one played from the original Zilean and a second Zilean played. So we'll see if he can pick one of those up to be able to push a little bit more damage here.
There is the Equinox in the hand for Rogio. I'm actually very interested why he decided to not play that last turn. I guess maybe deciding to go for a Gravlock on this Arsenal instead.
Yeah, it did seem that way.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense because the 8/6 body is a pain to deal with anyways.
Gravlock is just a little bit safer, I think. Now we're going to see Gravitum, see it cycled back to Gravitum once again, so we can try it. Crescent Strike, Equinox, both good options here. It actually goes for the Snake as well.
I'm guessing he's going to try and pull the... just looking to get as many blockers down as possible, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The second right coming in.
Now you're safe to go for this Equinox. You're not worried about this at all. Now it's unfortunate because, like you said, the 8/6 body is still difficult to deal with, but well, you kind of have to just say, I don't even know if you can attack here. That's the worst part about this now. You have to sacrifice the Snake if you want to attack for healing, but
I think it's worth it.
I think so too. You're going to end up with more health overall if you do that, right? Because you heal 5 this turn.
But...
So in all 3 Lux now. That's a second time bomb as well from the side of Lysergic Acid here.
And I would imagine he would just play this out right now. Just absolutely destroy the board of Rogio. And that's a third one. And I don't think there's anything we can do on the side of Rogio to stop this.
Doesn't look that way.
No, please.
Goat's going to be played out here. They drop the next time bomb.
And with that, we're just a round ends away from...
Yeah, you don't even have to attack.
Closing out the series.
Don't even have to attack there. Goat goes down to the Xerath passive. Yep.
That's such a disrespectful way to end the game. Like, when you have Time Bomb or Scrappy Bomb down and your opponent's on 1, or like Ravine, and you just pass, and you're like, no, it's fine, dude. End the turn. No, it's fine. Please. Please.
It's the
turn.
safest way to end. They can't do anything about it. If you attack, maybe they have some weird shenanigans, right? It's spooky stuff.
Oh.
I don't know what's in a closed ladder list.
Oh, it's certainly correct, but man, does it feel bad to be on the other side against. It's like, oh, well, I can press end round and die, or I can go top right, middle, and then just same result. But
that is true.
Speaking of results, I think we might be getting close to the end of round 1.
Yeah, I think that is the end of round 1. I just took a look through the rest of my friends list. I don't see very many people left playing. Just take a peek at the bracket to see if there is anything going on there that I might have overlooked.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a peek as well, see if anything is missing, and
Looks like Squeebie is still playing, maybe.
perhaps. I do not have Squeebie's opponent, I don't believe.
I don't even
No,
see Squeebie
Squeebie's
online.
It looks like they haven't reported.
Okay. Well, Squeebie probably just didn't know how to report. Come on, Squeebie, get your act together, bro.
Alright, like, was it on a different website? Because all I remember is the last Mario I casted, Squeebie won, so Squeebie doesn't know how to report seems like a questionable alibi, but that's all I'm gonna say.
I remember the last one we cast, he actually had to DM Greg to report every time because he just
Alright, maybe it checks out.
It checks out.
Maybe it checks out.
I think it checks out. Alright, so with that round almost certainly being over, given the fact that Squeebie is not in game right now and he's one of the only ones left unreported, despite him in the game that we just watched, I'm going to assume that we have a couple minutes here. And in those couple minutes, I want to give a massive shout out to our sponsors, communitygaming.io. They have worked with us plenty of times in the past, as well as right now, to bring you guys these wonderful tournament series that MasteringRuneterra has so kindly put on and allowed me to host. I think we're going to get round 2 pretty soon, as soon as we possibly can anyways. But in the meantime, we're going to cut to a quick break. Stick with us. Thank you for sticking with us so far. Hope to see you after the break.
Alright, cool.
Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking with us through that break. We're gonna have a very exciting match coming up for you guys right now. We're gonna get Snipe Cross versus Mathy. Snipe Cross was kind enough to message both Card Gamer and myself before the tournament started to let us know his lineup, and man, it's a spicy one. Let's see if I can get it up on the stream right now for you guys.
Snipe Cross. Now, some of you may be familiar with Snipe Cross for taking as long as possible to play any game he's in. You know, TF, Viego, Kegs, Anivia, Field of Rush, Darkness, any SI deck he can get his hands on. But also, sometimes this man says, what if you died on turn 4?
Yep.
And today, it looks like he's asking if his opponent will die on turn 4.
It certainly does appear that way. We see up on our screens, Katarina, LeBlanc, Riven, Yeti Rally. This is not something I expected to see tonight, Card Gamer. It is definitely an interesting list. He's got Decisive Maneuver in there. He's got Tall Tales. He's got Whispered Words. Blood for Blood even. Newly buffed. What do you make of this deck list?
Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I know we're trying to kill him. I know we're playing Yetis. Yeah. That's about it. All I know is, like, in these decks, if this man draws his curve and you do not have the tools to interact with it, you die. That's all I know, if I'm being real with you, Monty.
Yep. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get to see that deck just yet. But we do have another spicy one coming up from Snipe Cross on the other side. This is not Draven Scion. It's not Draven Rumble. It's Jinx Rumble. And I actually really like the way this deck list works. This looks like a really good evolution of Draven Jinx to me.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where this one goes, you know? 3-2s for 3 kind of suck. I'm with Snipe Cross on this one. Let's just play Rumble.
Yep. Let's just play Rumble. Discard both of these Reborn Grenadiers that he's got. Well, maybe not both, because the one is going to go down to this Grave position, letting him draw into that second Jinx.
Mm-hmm. And electing to just full swing the board, you know, just trade down everything, keep the board clear, and hopefully transition into the Jinx game plan, it looks like, with this hand at the moment. I'm actually very curious to see how this matchup plays out. So this is obviously like the spiritual successor to discard aggro, right?
Definitely.
And old discard aggro was always very weak into Tri-Beam.
That's true. And especially with Tri-Beam being the newest versions of Tri-Beam, including Caitlyn, which have Flash Bomb traps and whatnot, I can imagine that weakness is like it's a more of a weakness than ever before. Whereas at least with this Jinx Rumble list, Rumble's a bit of a bigger body. He's got a spell shield. Maybe it shores up the matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see how much work Rumble is able to do to shore up this matchup for the side of Snipe Cross. But it looks like we have a little bit of an awkward hand, 2 Rummages, 3 Jinxes. Don't exactly have all the cards we want to discard. It'll be very interesting to see how Snipe Cross decides to maneuver this situation. I really like playing this Jinx down, and I would imagine we end up using a Get Excited here as well, because we really need our Jinxes to live, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And we really want them to flip.
Yeah.
So I would imagine Snipe Cross would try to get another Jinx in the deck so he has the ability to draw it again later.
I like that line a lot as well. Looks like he's not going to quite go for it yet. Does seem to want to play this a little bit slower. Says, well, what if I draw Rumble next turn?
Yeah, I don't think you need to necessarily do it yet. I think you can hold it and you can maybe look for the Get Excited when you play the next Jinx, but I do think you are probably going to end up cycling one of these Jinxes at some point.
Definitely. Unless, of course, you're just willing to give them up one at a time.
Yeah, we will see how he decides to play this. I will obviously default to our friend Snipe Cross here on the correct play, as I'm not very experienced with this deck.
And there goes second Jinx. That's
Yeah,
gonna
Aloof
suck.
hitting the yeah, that's really rough. Aloof hitting the second Jinx is huge. Jinx is one of your major win cons for this deck. Just being able to draw the extra card every turn and generate that super mega death rocket to clock your opponent and threaten their board does so much in these matchups.
Second
And
aloof.
hopefully this can grab an augmented end. Hitting
Oh,
the last Jinx, this just seems really hard to play out of this position here as Snipe Cross.
yeah, you're gonna have to find some cheesy victory with a rumble by my estimations, and that's gonna be difficult without a rumble in hand. Vision helps a little bit. Actually, it's not the vision that's come down quite yet.
Now, with the full wide board and a vision, we can do something here. But unfortunately, I don't think it will be quite enough with our opponent being at 20.
I think I have to agree with you here, card gamer.
Go away. Just kill me.
Oh, we have a pink box.
Go away.
It's funny that box just decided to show up and make itself known. Some interesting visual bugs have been going on with the spectator client the past couple days. Commenting on that because there's not a whole lot else to talk about while Mathy rearranges their units. Options here are potentially going in for a Culling Strike, but it's not going to do a whole lot with the vision if he seeks to save the most amount of damage.
Yeah, and I would imagine Mathy's very okay with taking 5 here, going to 15. You've already removed the Jinxes. I don't think this is the scariest position to be in as Mathy. And with the vision casted, I would imagine now, as Mathy, you consider removing one of these units. And yeah, that's exactly what he elects to do.
Rumble picked up from the side of Snipe Cross means that there might be a little bit of hope left, but when you're behind in HP as the aggro deck and you've lost your entire board, things are not looking good for you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though we did pick up the Rumble, all of our cards in hand want discard fodder. And sadly, we're out of discard fodder.
Second Rumble, not what you want to see. Can sometimes be the problem with Rumble decks when he doesn't show up on turn 4 while you have the fodder. It really sucks to play him out.
Yeah, Rumble is definitely a high risk, high reward champion in Legends of Runeterra. You know, he demands a lot of you when you play him to access his full power. He cannibalizes a lot of your hand, but he has a very strong body to come down on turn 4. 5/4 is a stat line that, you know, a lot of 5 drops have, let alone a 4 drop. On top of that, he has 3 extremely powerful keywords, but it's at the cost of cannibalizing your own hand. So he certainly can create very polarized game states in his decks, especially the spots when you have him and when you don't on 4.
Yeah, I think people overrate playing the full Rumble a lot of the time, but yeah, looks like Snipe Cross disagrees with me going ahead and playing the entire thing here anyways. And it is going to pay off for him in this position because it's blocking this stun from the Arachnoid Sentry.
No, I definitely agree with your point you said as before, Monty, where getting the full Rumble is a little bit overrated. And I would imagine Snipe Cross as a player would agree with you as well. I know they're a very smart player. They play a variety of different decks, so they really understand like how different archetypes match up against each other. I just think that he correctly identified that this is a matchup where Spell Shield is very important, especially with how Tribeam likes to play their removal. But I do agree, Spell Shield is a bit overrated. Like, in a lot of aggro matchups, you really shouldn't be tagging your Rumble with the Spell Shield.
Yeah.
And giving up that card.
It gives him... Does he get Impact first or Quick Attack first?
I think it's Impact, Quick Attack, Spell Shield.
Yeah, the Quick Attack is a little bit more necessary, but the Spell Shield isn't always required for sure. Even the Quick Attack you can afford to give up in some positions, especially if you have like a second Rumble. And even then, sometimes it's correct to play him as a 5/4. It's something that I've done rarely, but it has made sense.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is if you do have the second Rumble, you are a bit more incentivized to go for as many keywords as you can on the first Rumble, because if it gets removed, the Rumble discard is a grant for all Rumbles,
True.
So the next one will keep it. But yeah, I definitely agree. There is a lot of nuance that can go into how you want to sculpt your hand and discard your hand with Rumble. And just any discard deck in general, I think, has these. And I think we didn't say it out loud, but I think this is one of the reasons when we're talking about Sonic sign-up earlier, that Ezreal Heimerdinger deck can be so tricky. Because you have all of these little decisions of what are you discarding, when are you discarding, what exactly is the best. And there's a lot of shades of gray to those choices.
Absolutely. And looks like we're going to get a game 2 at the very least here.
Yeah, so hopefully we see a different deck from Snipe Cross, or we get to see that Rumble Jinx again, and hopefully this time it gets to do its thing.
I really want to see the Sion list from Snipe Cross is really interesting too. It's an undying list featuring Mask Mother, the Minion, a couple Ravenous Flocks. This is a spicy deck too. And looks like that's the one we are going to get to take a look at now.
Shadow Isle Sion is a very funny deck.
So funny.
No matter how you build it, there are so many interesting and funny and cute lines you can do with the self-sack to like make multiple huge units to abuse Sion passive and get multiple Scions. It's really a treat to watch, especially if you have a skilled pilot, which I imagine Snipe Cross is.
I should hope he's put at least a couple games in on this list if he's decided to bring it tonight. I mean, I've first-timed decks in tournaments, but nothing quite as spicy as this. Anytime I bring something spicy like this, it's because it's something that I've played a fair bit and thoroughly enjoy.
Mm-hmm. And while Snipe Cross brought all the spice, Matty24 Mayo is on a very fair lineup. He said, let me bring some good old mid-range decks, and let me skill diff my opponent. And, that's what he's trying to do. He did it game 1 with Tribeam, and, we'll see if he can do it game 2 with Sivir.
Yeah, and this is not looking great for Snipe Cross. Had to use the whispered words there just to dig and see if he could find an option. And doesn't even want to play out the Mask Mother here. I might have just done it to eat some damage. Can you play that without... Can you drop the Mask Mother without a unit? I don't actually know.
Play Kill an Ally to grant me its stats and keywords. It looks like you cannot.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay, you can.
It is an option. I apologize. Shows how much I play Mask Mother.
That's okay. But, I don't think anybody expects you to be playing Mask Mother, card gamer.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately not. But I do like Snipe Cross's pass. As someone who has played Legends of Runeterra against Sivir Akshan, Snipe Cross recognizes the classic play pattern of Treasure Seeker on 1, pass on 2, turn 3, Waking Sands, Merciless Hunter. So even though it is good to get down a unit and block some damage, we weren't really going to choose what damage we were blocking if we played it, most likely.
That is true. That is definitely true. I just probably would have panicked myself. It's been a while since I've had to think about things from a player perspective. Been doing a lot of casting the past couple days.
Oh yeah, it's certainly much more relaxing up here. And when you get in a position like that in game, you don't get the same comfort you do from the casting desk. I'll definitely say that much.
That's a good way to put it. And Snipe Cross can't be feeling too comfortable about playing the Spirit Leech down without a draw. This is not looking good for him. He's got to feel rough here. Looks like he's going to be forced into playing another Spirit Leech just to have a blocker.
Yeah, this does not look like the hand we want on the side of Snipe Cross. While Sion is normally quite good against Sivir, I do not think not being able to put up a board and flip Sion quickly will be very strong against Sivir.
And this is just lethal, right? Not quite. We're a little bit off, but it's very close.
Yeah. Can we even play Spirit Leech and not sack something if we have something on board?
I know if you don't have skip.
You can play it.
I think you can skip. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't really played a deck with Spirit Leech since that change was made. Like the skip change?
Yeah.
When I added it to a bunch of things.
I'm really not sure. I played a little bit of Gnosis Thresh today, but I don't know if it came up. so I don't know if I was even presented with the opportunity to check the interaction. It's definitely not going to feel good no matter what you do here. Looks like you can't.
Yeah, I would imagine you can if Snipe Cross elected to kill it. And yeah, 2 players given the GG. Well, you live by the meme, you die by the meme.
Sometimes.
Honestly, though, salute to Snipe Cross for bringing this one, locking this lineup in.
For sure. And with that salute, the Nexus is going to go down. Snipe Cross is going to have to go next and hope that he can find a better victory in the next round. But we're going to see if we can get another game up for you guys here. That was also a pretty quick one, so I would imagine there's quite a few left for us to look at.
Yeah, is there anything that catches your eye, Monty?
I haven't actually pulled up the bracket.
Well, if we want to focus on other people in the 1-0 bracket, perhaps we could hop into Grave Trail and Friend of Zoe.
That sounds like a good one to me. I have both of those players. It's just a matter of, can I find them on my friends list right now?
Yeah, let me know which one you're grabbing and I'll take the other hand for you.
All right, I found Friend of Zoe, so I'm going to jump into that one so we can get it up on screen for chat just a little bit sooner. Looks like Grave Trail is running back their same lineup from the past couple nights, and Friend of Zoe is on Victor Vi Yumi. This is a little bit different from the normal PNZ Targon list that we would see. I like the adaptation.
Victor Vi Yumi is certainly a spicy one, and could you do me a favor, Monty, and let me know, please let me know, that is not a main decked production surge.
The assembly line, it was generated by Pharaoh's Financier.
Assembly's line, yes. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
It is a main deck Zenith Blade, though.
That's a bit spicy.
It's a bit spicy.
More understandable, significantly so, the main deck assembly line, I will say, though. We do have a Yumi, we do have a Vi, right?
Mm-hmm. We do indeed.
Honestly, it's not even that bad to put on a Victor if you do it early, so you're not double stacking the Overwhelm, because you're just guaranteeing he gets other keywords, but...
Yeah.
And, 6 HP Victor's a bit of a truck.
Definitely. Going into turn 4 with 3 mana banked is not always something that'll happen, but... in the occasion it does. You might not care too much about that Daybreak if it means your Victor's going to get rolling that much sooner. Opt the bot with the block with the bot here and use the Pale Cascade to save some HP. Grave doesn't have any combat tricks to punish. The Hush is going to come out too just to deny the landmark. I actually like that play a lot. It is a little bit scary later into the game though when these champions get Overwhelm. Not having an option could be detrimental.
Yeah. It certainly is very scary to use Hush right there when this is a deck where so much of their game plan and so many of the times where they're creating a lethal on you comes from using a Overwhelm champion. Committing the Hush there is really scary, but I can respect the decision. Delaying their game plan of their just mid-range board-based game plan and taking away a landmark for Ziggs to destroy to deal damage, is pretty useful. I cannot deny that.
Yeah, I think it's a decently heads-up play. Now the question is, what do we do with the rest of this hand? How do we navigate our position from here? Looks like the Zenith Blade is going to come down onto the Victor.
Yeah. Now, is this a one of Zenith Blade?
I don't think so. I'll have to check the deck list, but I think playing a one of Zenith Blade is a little bit crazy. Would you not agree?
Yeah. No, I would agree. So I'm just wondering why we didn't Daybreak it.
That's a good question. It's a good question indeed. The Explosive Minefield going to stop it nonetheless.
Yeah, Explosive Minefield a bit rough, and yeah, as Friend of Zoe, you almost have to develop, but developing is just flipping the Ziggs, so we're in a very awkward position. We're almost forked by the Ziggs at the moment.
It's a 2 of Zenith Blade.
2 of Zenith Blade makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a little bit less questionable to do it that way to me when there is only 2. The upping your draw consistency doesn't matter quite as much as you might think it would.
Yeah, and this isn't a deck like Lee Sin, right? Where we need the Zenith Blade to kill a lot of the times. We can give Victor other keywords. Vi will, push 5, and oftentimes she's just a removal tool. We have invokes to get there, so
Yeah.
I think 2 of Zenith Blade sounds like a smart place to be if you want to include that card in this list.
Yeah, I like it. There's also Pharaoh's Financiers in this deck from the side of Friend of Zoe. That can find you some additional burn, and they're running a full set of Mystic Shots alongside these 2 Get Exciteds we see here.
Yeah, most certainly.
But
And that assembly line from the Pharaoh's Financier coming out right now.
this is game over.
Yeah.
Minefield comes out, then the Desert Naturalist comes out onto the minefield, and there's no blockers. Not to mention Ziggs is literally killing you.
Yeah, I mean, we could just kill them with Zig skills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could just DNAT and Hourglass Ziggs and they're dead. Let alone the board we have.
Here comes the Naturalist to stun up the last 3/3, and Friend of Zoe, there's no strike spells in this region combination, so your lifesteal's not going to matter. Hits the concede.
Game. That's Taliyah Ziggs just doing what Taliyah Ziggs does, right? Beating up on these dirtily Targon decks.
Absolutely. It's a fun deck. I like Taliyah Ziggs a lot. I'm glad it's pretty good right now. I thought it was kind of going to fall to the wayside after the last patch, but it seems to be sticking around. People still find it quite powerful.
Yeah, it's certainly a wacky deck, and if you get the right hand, can be insanely explosive. Now, getting into the next game, we have Pantheon versus the Victor Vi Yumi deck. And while normally this Targon PNZ combination, I would feel pretty confident about it going into Pantheon, I do not feel so comfortable this time because most versions of Targon PNZ are accompanied by Aphelios, and the Aphelios gun suite, specifically Gravitum, is very effective against Pantheon. However, no Aphelios.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit rougher from the side of Friend of Zoe here. But with Brave Trail tapping out, opting to take out the Faded unit over the Goat. I might have done this the other way around, but I can definitely see the argument to do it this way.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good decision from Friend of Zoe, right? Because we get to guarantee kill 1 unit, so you're considering, what do I value more? Do I value the Faded unit more, or the unit that makes buff spells, right? Mm-hmm. And there are significantly more buff spells in this deck and targeting spells than there are Faded units, so I can definitely agree with the decision from Friend of Zoe.
That's true. Perhaps Caster Vision is influencing my decision-making abilities there as well. I think no matter what you do, the options are good. I wonder if we're going to see a Comet come down next turn to get rid of this Yumi altogether. Or if we'll see it saved for a potential Pantheon later in the game.
Yeah, this will certainly be interesting. I would imagine we would use the Comet on a Yumi. However, there isn't really a need to use the Comet on this Yumi if they don't ever give this unit Overwhelm. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. And, the draws of Grave Trail if he ever gets this Zenith Blade to make the Goat a threat worth commenting.
You also do want to be careful not to allow the Yumi to level up, though. So we'll see if the decision comes out. Mana was kept available here nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, the Yumi level up certainly is scary. I think it's really interesting to deal with the Yumi in the Pantheon decks a lot of the time, especially if it's on a non-evasive unit and they don't have the Zenith Blade, because it's maybe a little bit more apparent we should kill it here because we have a Comet to remove the Yumi. But just keeping the Yumi hostage on 1 unit that can't really do anything except force a chump block every turn really isn't that bad. Because a lot of times the scary thing is they played the Yumi on the Pantheon.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. And Gravetrail just opts to take 4 damage instead of committing a blocker there. Makes a lot of sense given his hand. Friend of Zoe, if they're on point making reads, can definitely get a good bit of information from that attack.
Yeah, certainly. Just recognizing Grave Trail is probably a little bit light on combat spells, and that they're being a bit respectful of us having, you know, a Thermo or Mystic or Piece of Burn in hand spot removal.
Friend of Zoe opted to go for the give it all there. And with this board, that's actually pretty scary. Of course, Vi's in hand as well. So we'll see what they opt to do, how they want to navigate this.
Mm-hmm. And these give it alls can get very scary very quickly in this Targon PZ region combination. You know, you have all of these different keywords you can get for very cheap on invoke units from the Spacey Sketcher. You have a lot of cheap units to fill up the board, and you can produce huge units very easily through Ballistic Bot's Augment.
This worked out.
Sharing that keyword is insane in this deck.
Oh, opted for the doggo over the spell shield. The mana would have worked out perfectly on that. I'm a little bit surprised to see that they didn't go for it. Could play Vi here, drop the spell shield, and then just open give it all. And how does Pantheon deal with that? Suddenly their units are no longer the biggest ones on the board, and Pantheon, that's not something Pantheon's used to.
Yeah. The spell shield would certainly be very good, but perhaps just looking for a way to refuel and threaten the board instead of going for the Moonglow, which is a bit weak to strike spells. Pantheon is a very board-based deck, of course, so wanting to get on board does make a lot of sense, and maybe not going for the give it all this turn. We'll see.
Went for it.
Looks like they elect to just rip it. I would imagine Grave Trail just decides to single combat or concerted strike in response. Yeah. Perhaps even deciding to use. Well, do you even single combat?
I think concerted strike. I think you have to take the Vi off the board, right?
Well, is that better than just hushing the Vi?
You could hush the Vi here too. That is a pretty good option. I think either one is acceptable. The concerted strike has the added benefit of leveling up, of progressing your Pantheon's level up condition and targeting your faded unit if you want it to. So it hits that proc and does that as well. Whereas the Hush lets you keep more mana up this turn and potentially play out the Pantheon if you wanted to.
Yeah, and it looks like Grave Trail is really just weighing his options, recognizing that these are both good lines, but which one is the best line?
I think it's the Hush. This gives you a gem as well.
Yes.
But if you Hush there, this is a 2/4. Well, then
I think this leveled up Pantheon. I think that's why he made this decision.
Did it? Yeah. I was thinking you just play Pantheon into Cataclysm if that's going to be the way. Because you Hush, you take your Trump blocks, and then you just play Pantheon and you Cataclysm the Vi and get it off the board that way. Maybe if the Pantheon did level up off of that, like you said, potentially he gets a Scout and then you're getting a free rally.
Okay, I think I got it. Seeing the give it all, he didn't want these units to be 4 HP, so he could trade his 3/2s into them. I think that's why he decided to concert it.
That's the way. That's the way for sure. 4 HP does make a big difference.
Yeah, with this goat and this bright steel on the ground. Not the bee goat, not the mountain goat, the hill goat.
Yeah, the hill goat. The one that's just sitting there as a 3/2, not the 11/8 Chad, Giga Chad goat.
Yeah. This is what happens when you read, kids. That's why he has the book. It's not just about physical gains, okay? It's mental gains too. But anyways, and I think at this point as Grave Trail, you're in a very good position. You just get to drop your gem, or Alex to go for the Brightsteel instead as the target for this round. And then go into Pantheon. I think Brightsteel makes a lot more sense, so we can gem the Pantheon and still get the trigger for an extra Pantheon keyword. Grave Trail showing why he plays Pantheon and I do not.
Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and hit the Yumi with a Comet now. Maybe. I don't know. This is a weird spot to be in if you're Friend of Zoe. You have a lot of different options, and none of them seem really good. This Yumi is on the verge of leveling up, could potentially flip this turn. That's kind of scary, but at the same time, there could also be a Pantheon coming down, and that's equally scary. As you mentioned, Card Gamer, these units aren't particularly threatening until they do have some sort of overwhelm, and none of them do right now, despite multiple options to have produced and played a Zenith Blade. So you can have a pretty good read that it's not available. The comment did come out that does remove Yumi altogether, and now we're going to see the Pantheon level up, and what keywords did the man get?
Yeah, and Friend of Zoe electing to remove the Yumi right before he flips, but that means we're just weak to this Pantheon.
Pantheon got Spell Shield anyways. It wasn't going to matter, except for the fact that we have a Mystic Shot. So
yeah, we have a Mystic.
Yeah.
Spell Shield Scout. That is not a Pantheon to mess with. Thankfully for Friend of Zoe, it does have Spell Shield Scout. No quick attack. No elusive. But this will still be a menace to deal with.
It certainly will. Not a whole lot of options to protect your unit here. You could Mystic Shot, but it won't matter. The Spell Shield will eat it before the barrier.
Yeah, and the Fury procs it up, and it looks like this may just be lethal for Grave Trail at this point, with the Cataclysm in hand tacked as the pseudo rally.
You could Mystic Shot your own 2/2 here.
Well, we can drag the dog, right, to push damage on the second attack.
Yeah, if you Mystic Shot your dog right now, it's a 10 headline. That way they can't drag it, and you threaten to trade the Pantheon every time.
That does beat Cataclysm, but do you get to win the game if you do that?
I don't know. Are you winning the game with this Pantheon on the board, though?
Unfortunately, I do not think so.
And if they full swing here, don't you have to trade down anyways? So,
Yeah, I don't think Grave Trail full swings here, though, because I think he recognizes that he has a lethal.
Yeah, he does.
Because if you let this go off, you put them to 7, and then you have a 9 attack Pantheon that you can Cataclysm into the 2/2.
Mm-hmm. Zoe copy pasta coming out in chat. I hope Zoe wins. XD, I'm a Zoe main, and she's just so fun. People get so trolled by the bubble, and her voice lines are so cute, like when she sings about chocolate cake. LOL! She's super random, but also smarter than she looks, just like me. XD.
There was no Zoe in this game, only her friend. That was the issue. Only Yumi, friend of Zoe, was here.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, great for a friend of Zoe, Grave Trail did find the lethal there. Saw it through the Cataclysm.
It looks like that will wrap up this set between Grave Trail and Friend of Zoe.
It was an exciting one to watch. It was a fun one.
Most certainly. Does it look like we have any other games still going on this round, Monty?
Leovold is in something. Who's he up against? Up
Can
against
certainly grab
Lunari.
those.
I have Lunari as well, so which side? I can jump into the
I
Lunari
can
side.
grab either. You said you have Lunari?
Yeah, I'll jump onto their side. Except it just finished, actually.
Looks like they just got out of game.
So that's it for that round for sure at this point. I think Squeebie's still playing. It might be Squeebie versus Void. We can count on Squeebie to run out the timer.
Yes, sir.
It's
Who's
Squeebie
that?
versus Lysergic Acid, and that's a safety inspector on what?
Yeah, let me grab Lysergic's.
Okay.
The safety inspector. That's discard fodder, baby.
Yeah, it certainly is. Squeebie's looking kind of dead here.
Have anything to use.
Tri-Beam made some pretty good hits. We had 5 weapons of the lost. That was hit off of Pharos, I guess. Squeebie looking for an answer here. Nothing he can do is going to save him. He did, in fact, run out the clock. Come on, Squeebie.
Yeah.
I'll give him a break on this one. It's a hard deck to pilot. A lot of intricate decisions to be made. All right, I think that is likely the end of that set as well. And with that, we should be just about done. Is Void playing in our tournament tonight? I saw him in a friend's match still.
I believe Void is playing tonight.
Yes, he is. He's up against Rogio. Let's see if we can catch the
I'm
end
not sure if I have either of those players. Let me take a quick look.
I can get Void's perspective up. I can get either perspective up, actually, but we can do single hand just to catch the end of this here.
Yeah.
And it looks
Yeah,
like
I unfortunately don't have either player added.
we're queued into a Shellfolk versus Viego matchup. And this is interesting.
Viego. Now, as a Shellfolk connoisseur myself, I can say that this game is pretty much over.
This is a game state.
This is certainly a game state to tune into.
We have the deny for the Notify.
Yeah, and we have to run it out, but it's just so impossible to overcome this card.
Oh, we know they have a deny as well, so.
And yeah, looks like that will be the end of this game. And probably the end of our round 2.
Yes, it definitely is the end of our round 2. That was a pretty exciting round we had going there.
Yeah, definitely some exciting stuff, and it's looking at the end of round 2. We have a handful of undefeated players who seem to be having some really exciting lineups. Sonic Holic is 2-0, and I think he has one of the most fun lineups we've seen tonight. It maybe is a full meme, but we have gone full Zoomer.
Yep, I liked it.
That's a good time.
I liked it a lot. There's been some very interesting lineups. Even a friend of Zoe's lineup I was looking at, we saw that the PNZ Targon list that was a little different than normal. They're also on Thresh Azul, and then they have another Zoomer Bandle City list in the Zoe Aphelios Shellfolk list. I don't know if you've seen this one featuring Yordle Captain. Nor Sorry Scamps, but it's got some choices here too.
All right, here's my take. All right, Targon Shellfolk is not. It's not a Zoomer deck.
Okay.
It cannot be a Zoomer deck.
Why not?
Are you trying to tell me that a Zoomer has the attention span to play Targon Shellfolk?
There's so many things popping up. It hits all the buttons for the Zoomers.
Yeah, but nothing happens. Everything pops up and you don't play any cards because everything costs so much mana.
True.
You just have 10 cards in hand and you can't play anything.
That is definitely very true.
Now, Victor Shellfolk, everything is free. That's a Zoomer deck. I just keep playing otters until, my brain turns off.
I gotta grab Chekhov's deck list so that way I can jump on that. Victor's a card that I'm a pretty big fan of myself.
Yeah, Chekhov has definitely been holding things down with the Victor Shellfolk this season. Definitely me and him butt heads a lot. Because I'm like, hey man, you should play Glorious Evolution. And then we can win all these matchups that we don't win. And then he's like, yeah, but what about all of these other matchups where they play Deny that we do get to win? And we're just like, you know what? You got a fair point.
Just manifest the Glorious Evolution when you need it.
True.
Just manifest it. It'll happen.
Just Conch into Flash of Brilliance into Glorious Evolution.
Oh, are you not playing Pharos in that list?
I'm not sure if he's on Pharos. I don't remember.
Huh.
I know there was a version. I don't know if the Ezreal version is on Pharos. I don't recall. I know his Victor Kennen version was not on Pharos.
I see. Well,
but
wait, he was playing
Victor
Kennen?
Yeah, he was playing Victor Kennen.
I guess created cards for the Victor level up, so that way it's all free, right?
Yeah, and then also it makes some of the hard matchups a little bit better. Like Sivir was really hard because Sivir was a pain in the ass to deal with, but Kennen Mark makes it free, and it's just like a good body on one.
Yeah,
one quick attack.
I dig that for sure. We have a couple scores unreported, but it doesn't look like there's any players in game as far as I can tell here.
Yeah,
I think
my friend.
this is probably a good time for us to cut to another quick little break. But before we do, I just want to give one more big, quick thank you to Community Gaming for teaming up with MasteringRuneterra to bring you guys this tournament series. And if you do want to get in on this tournament series yourselves, you can go head on over to our website, MasteringRuneterra.com, and sign up for the premium. It is open to anybody with the lowest tier of premium. You can also go over to the Patreon and sign up there. And that lowest tier will open up these tournaments for you as well. And if you do have any troubles with that, you can head over to our Discord server and shoot Greg a PM or Jason Florent. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help you as well. But with that, we're going to cut to a short break and we'll be right back with the third round. See you guys then. In. Welcome back, everybody, to your Friday night MasteringRuneterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. I'm MonteXristo, joined by Card Gamer, and we're gonna jump into an XO match between Grandpa Rochi and Rebellion as soon as they're ready to go. The spectate session has started. They're just doing the ban phase right now. Card Gamer, have we had a chance to look at these lineups yet? I know we got a peek at Rochi's game earlier, and he was bringing that new Twitter spice that he posted.
Oh boy, it's Rochi Pyro again. And it looks like we have Victor Ionia.
Maybe Dresbo Pile, maybe just Victor Lee with a Heimerdinger. With the cast changes, Heimerdinger has become quite a bit more powerful of a champ, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up the deck list while we wait for this mulligan phase.
Yeah, it looks like we are on kind of an in-between of Victor Lee Sin and the Dresbo Pile for Rebellion. Taking a bit of both, and actually, Rebellion has one in hand, has the Sump Fumes in this deck. Ooh. I think Sump Fumes is an incredible card, especially in this meta with all of these 3 toughness units that we want to be removing, and especially with Victor and Ballistic Bot, which are going to be proccing it for you every turn, no questions asked, with their ability to make created cards on round start.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I think it is a pretty darn good card, especially in the current metagame. And the condition, it's not a real condition, right? Right, Card Gamer? Like you said, you got Ballistic Bots, you got Victors, you have card draw like Deep Meditation in a real pinch. There's a lot of cards that will activate this Sump Fumes in the deck. Even the new Scales of the Dragon being played now, you drop that down and your Sump Fumes is active. You've added a card to your hand.
Yeah, certainly. And with the cast changes now too, even if you have Heimerdinger in play and you play Sump Fumes on the stack, you make a turret. So now you have activated your Sump Fumes clause.
That's really good, and that's not something I thought about until now. I didn't even realize that implication. That makes it a lot better with Lux too. Although PNZ Demacia is a bit of a weird combination, it is something we've seen time and time again in the past, and of course. It's something Dave was put to great success in with Jace Lux.
Yeah, certainly. I can't wait for the Dave Bo Sump Fume Spice and Jace Lux.
Yeah, right? Rebellion showing themselves to be a gamer, though, hits the elusive on the first keyword. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, and like this is just like a player diff angle, right?
Yep.
Elusive, this isn't your normal Malphite Taliyah. There's no quicksand, so even if they do stop the Victor from killing them for a turn, it's gonna be with oh wait, they do have Hush, never mind.
Yeah, they got Hush.
Just remove the keyword.
Actually,
I don't know why.
Rochi's not playing Hush in this list.
Is it only Freeze? Or do they not even have Freeze?
No Freeze. It's Troll Chance and it's Celestial Wonder. His beloved double stun. Rochi is...
What a Giga Chad.
Yeah. Rochi likes to stun things up. And I'm a big fan of the Start Tip Peak landmark. I've been saying that it's kind of playable for a long time now. And, you know, it is a little bit slow. But in a deck like this, one that Rochi's constructed, it makes a lot of sense. Of course, advancing your Malphite level up and just giving you access to some cheap Celestial cards that can really, really impact these early game board states.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the ability... the fact it's a 2-mana landmark is really important for this deck, right? Like, the beef of this deck when it comes to landmarks and Malphite flipping is your Ravine and your Veiled Temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the landmarks we really want to be playing every game to really like do the most of Malphite's level up condition. However, for 2 4-mana landmarks is only 8 out of 10 for Malphite. So the Star Tip Peak, as you mentioned, does a really good job of just finishing up that Malphite level.
And Rochi gonna go ahead and take 7 here, while Rebellion hits the lifesteal and is able to heal back up all of Rochi's earlier damage. Serpent getting buffed up, becoming a 3/3 challenger. That's quite scary in and of itself. And Celestial Wonder picked up means that Rochi's gonna be safe from the next attack.
Yeah, the Celestial Wonder in hand will do a lot to help stall and hopefully create this overwhelming board presence on the side of Rochi to construct an OTK almost, because it's going to be really hard to get through this lifesteal victor.
Yeah, Rochi's just going to have to keep it stunned up for the rest of this game if he wants to be able to push any damage, or he's going to have to find another challenger to somehow take care of it.
Faded. Can't believe we lost our Scales of the Dragon value. We didn't even wait for Victor Faded before we played it.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
What a misplay.
Honestly, as a Victor player, you should know that you will always roll Faded.
Well, you high rolled the first two. You have to hit a low roll now, right?
Yeah, that's fair. So here's a really interesting thing you can do from the side of Rebellion, right? Do you play your ambush here to keep Victor alive?
What's he being threatened? Oh, the
Ravine.
The ravine. Yeah. I mean,
and
you do.
He says, I do.
I do indeed. I like it. I think it's a really heads up play from the side of Rebellion. If you lose this Victor going into the next round, it's going to feel really, really bad. But keep him alive, and he's going to reward you. There are stances, of course, but Shaman's Call being the only... Well, you can't actually develop into this now, right? You're going to get punished if you do.
Yeah, Shaman's Call and Malfighter definitely punishes, but what Rebellion might just be saying at this point is, you want to go ahead and play this, that's cool, man. I'll just play Deny and kill you. It looks like that is exactly what he is saying.
Yep.
He is going to play Deny, and he will kill Rochi, unless Rochi might take things into his own hands. This might be a top right angle.
It's my favorite angle. Especially when I'm testing out decks like this Rochi pile. There's a lot of that goes into my gameplay.
Yeah.
The Rochi pile looks really cool. I actually am excited to try it a little bit. You guys can see what I've been playing in the background there. That's Noxus Udyr. That's not so cool. It's not Scargrounds. It's a secret spice deck. Maybe you'll see it in RA next week.
It's not Scargrounds, guys. It's good. Trust. That's the difference. And it looks like we're getting into game 2, and Jace Lux versus the Rochi pile. Hopefully we can get a bit better of a hand from the Rochi pile. Getting things like the Veiled Temple going to help flip the Malphite.
Yeah, with the new Malphite playability though, well, you caster bless that one. But what I was gonna go ahead and say is that with the Malphite playability being added in the most recent patch, the stance swaps available to this deck, I think that the Malphite flip actually becomes a lot less important in this deck when compared to Ziggs Taliyah or Taliyah Malphite, the traditional list.
Mm-hmm.
Would be curious to see if Rochi feels the same. Maybe if he goes ahead and takes the whole thing, we can get him on here for a winner's interview and ask the question.
Yeah, I mean, that would make a lot of sense, right? Due to the nature of this deck and having more combat tricks and being able to more efficiently fight for the board, it would make sense why that full board stun isn't quite as impactful as it is in a deck like Taliyah Malphite.
Now, Troll Chant will save your unit, but it's not worth it here.
Yeah. And I think it's very smart of Rebellion to not enter combat with multiple units. Not only are we devaluing Troll Champ, but we're also making sure we don't give Rochi this landmark to help level Malphite and, ramp him a little bit.
Yeah, and here comes the Veiled Temple. We saw this used to great effect in one of the previous games we caught on stream, allowing Rochi to present the threat of the Unstoppable Force, but then just converting it into an open attack.
Yeah, and now I'm interested to see how Rebellion elects to respond. He has both champs in hand. He might try and use this time to play both champs and create a lot of tempo on board, considering the fact that under most cases, the Veiled Temple is a 4-mana do-nothing the turn it comes into play.
And Jace comes down. Is the Lux gonna follow?
The Lux Lux just might. Having two challengers on board allows us to get really favorable trades. However, he may just elect to, take 7 here or force out the Cosmic Wonder and keep this blue buff alive, this blue Sentinel alive. Make it very awkward for Rochi to actually get this landmark out of it and just threaten a lot of damage to potentially go over the top later with beams and shock blasts. Okay, it looks like we do go for the open, but electing to kill off the blue buff said, this thing's been on their field long enough. My Fortimasi is going to give the Broadwing a lot of value, and I just want to stay as wide as possible.
Do you want to let them ramp into the Malphite, though? This seems like a mistake from our perspective, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually want to do that. When you see both hands and Rochi does have the Malphite in hand, it obviously becomes a lot more clear, but...
And it lets them...
I can understand.
It counts for 2, so it does push that level up condition to 8, meaning that the Malphite could even possibly be leveled up if a Blighted Ravine is found. The more I think about that play, the more I have to disagree with it. I think it is just a little bit too risky at the end of the day. It plays into what this deck wants to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, and that certainly makes sense why that play would not be worth it. Helping progress the Malphite, helping them play the Malphite a turn early by ramping them, and essentially making their turn 6, turn 7, part 1.
And here I have to expect we will see the Malphite hit with another, with a
Overwhelm Stance.
Yeah, Overwhelm Stance. I was trying to remember the name. It's Wild Claw Stance, right? Yep, there it is. It is in fact the Wild Claw Stance, just like the Alpha Wild Claw. It's almost like Malphite leveled up with the Veiled Temple on the board. Gaining that extra point of attack.
This is better than your regular leveled up Malphite. This guy got Overwhelm. He's ready to smash face.
You got to do a lot of smashing if Rochi wants to win this game. Things are not looking so great for him from this point, from this perspective.
Certainly not looking great for Rochi, but keeping this chip alive will certainly be very helpful going into next turn against this full board on the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, with the Celestial Wonder, it's not doomed. You do have 7 mana yet again, and there's a Blighted Ravine as well. Jace level up, Lux generating a laser. Spooky, spooky.
And while there's a Blighted Ravine in hand, unfortunately, Blighted Ravine isn't great against this wall of 3/3s on the side of Rebellion.
No, it's not, but it does mean that Rochi can open with the Ravine, get an unstoppable force. This Malphite's not dying, right? Not with the Troll Chant in hand.
Yeah, Malphite doesn't die. So. And I like the decision from Rebellion to shoot first, make Rochi develop into you.
Yeah, I like stunning the challengers. One of them happens to also be the biggest attack unit, and the other one is going to pull your Malphite out of the way, guaranteeing the most amount of damage can get through. This is heads up from Rochi.
Yeah, and while I do like going for the stun there, Rebellion did end up getting punished. The stun, going for the laser and allowing Rochi to put the stun on the stack before combat allowed Rochi to stun both of these challengers, which not only saves him a huge amount of HP, it also lets him kill the Lux due to being able to Malphite block it.
Yes, it does, but the sharp sight's going to mean that it doesn't even matter at the end of the day. There is just enough damage from the side of Rebellion, and that's a quick 2-0.
Yeah, Rebellion taking it down 2-0 and showing that, Rochi pile is not bad, It's cool you got your own deck and all, but,
yeah.
It's no match for some fine-tuned meta decks from last patch.
Established decks. I mean, calling Jace Lux a meta deck from last patch is perhaps a bit of a stretch, but there's definitely some other good decks in that lineup. Jace, not Jace, but Victor, Heimerdinger, Lee. The Heimer being a new addition, but the rest of that deck is pretty established. Made a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some other matchups still ongoing. Who would you be interested in getting into, Card Gamer?
Yeah, well, who else is looking at the top of the table right now? Maybe we can hop into Sonic Holic versus Grave Trail.
Yes, I have Grave Trail up, so I can jump in there if you have Sonic.
Yep.
And I will hop. I guess I made a boo-boo there. That's okay. We have the game up on screen now. That's fine. It's taken care of.
So getting into this game, the game is quite close. We're in a bit of a scary position against a rally as Sonic Holic, but I would say we're overall in a pretty solid position. We have some burn in hand. We have the Ezreal, which is
leveled.
Leveled, yes. I'm sorry, I was a bit confused when I couldn't see his progress, but
it's leveled. Yeah, when you can't see the progress, it's because it's leveled. Whenever we jump into a game, there's just no chance they haven't put a single trigger down, and even then, it'll say 0, I think. But yeah, leveled Ezreal comes down on the board here. Is there a burst lethal potential? Not quite, but I don't think it can be stopped either. Oh, it can be if this rolls lifesteal. If Pantheon rolls lifesteal, Sonic is definitely in a bad spot here. And there's the lifesteal. Caster Blessing coming through.
He rolls it. And we have the strike on the side for Sonic. Or for Grave Trail.
Spell Shield and Elusive were rolled as well. So it doesn't even need the Sharp Sight. Sonic just has to go in for the lethal now. Is going to recognize that and go for it. But this is going to be answered by a single combat. Oh, taking it slow and steady after all. There's the single combat.
And unfortunately, this just seems like it's going to be game from Grave Trail. For Grave Trail, I don't think there's anything we can do as Sonic to, come back and stabilize through this.
You can Mystic Shot, Rising Spell Force. You can Rising Spell Force to threaten the Pantheon at the very least. And then, I don't know if the Mystic Shot actually matters, but you can attempt it on something.
And then what You're
still dead.
Oh, we're saving the Mystic.
You're still dead.
Okay, that makes sense. We'll see if we can kill the Pantheon.
Pantheon has Spell Shield, though.
Yeah.
So this doesn't matter, unfortunately. I think they did a good job of making that a little bit more clear. I know they mentioned that. Or at least I'm pretty sure I saw it mentioned in the patch notes. Either these ones or previously. Now we're looking at the Sharp Sight buff, but I could tell immediately that it had both Elusive and Spell Shield without having to check the keywords. Whereas before it was very, very tricky to distinguish those two.
Wait, you know what I just realized? Grave Trail won this because of the cast change.
Yep.
Man, it's just a Pantheon buff. I hate this. Why'd they buff Pantheon?
Yeah, people were saying we were too good about those cast changes on the squad cast, but maybe after a couple days playing, they're a little bit more frustrating than I gave them credit for. Still, not quite as frustrating as some people were saying, but
I was fine with it until Pantheon won because of it, to be honest with you, Monty.
That's fair.
If Pantheon's winning, I'm upset. I don't care what happened.
I can get behind that. I'm not a Pantheon fan either. That guy, he just jumps and he comes down. I don't know. Oh, wait, I cut us back to death too soon. That was game 2, and we have a game 3.
He just wiggles his feet at you and then, just comes down and beats you to death. It's awful.
The man, they got rid of his triangle feat in League, though.
Yeah.
Have you been a League? Are you a League player, Card Gamer?
I was a League player.
Yeah.
I've moved on to better things where I don't have to be mad at 4 people, just myself.
Yep. Yep. I feel that.
getting into this game between Grave Trail and Sonic, we have Sundisk post nerf only countdown 9 for a champion flip versus the Broken Ball as Heimer pile. Off the rip, I would imagine this Broken Ball Heimer as aggro deck is very favored. You have a lot of burn to go over the top, and we have Flame Chompers. Flame Chompers are kind of broken, especially against Mono Shurima.
Definitely a little bit broken against the deck that doesn't put out too many blockers in the early game when you want to be pushing damage.
No, they certainly do not.
Do you group shot here just to look for 3?
Yeah, I think the group shot there is fine.
Not a
You
whole lot of
probably don't get
punishes.
to push damage, but you can force out the Waking Sands. I think this is also good though, because I think we would rather static shock here, and this group shot can very easily become 2 damage with how quickly we can fill up the board, especially with like Zonite Chompers in hand. Like that's really easy too.
That is very true. Perseverance comes down. Groucho is going to draw into his second Xerath. Needs to find an Azir if he wants to flip this disc.
Yeah, and we're just going wide here for Sonic. And this is an interesting pick. I would imagine we end up going with the Trinket trade for the reroll, but the Flash is not bad. We do have some decent hits for 6+, but I would probably go with the Trinket. We can get a bit more consistently a good thing, and the Ezreal trigger is quite nice if we do draw into the Ezreal. And not electing to trade, I actually think that's a really interesting decision by Graveshroud with how many pings this deck runs and like how many statics.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you.
Opting into writing something like this, I feel like you're about to just get blown out. With the Chompers down, you're going to get really punished with the big attack and them hitting face for a lot.
Yeah, 7 damage going to come through here. Hourglass comes out. This doesn't seem like the best Hourglass to me. It is going to advance your champion's level up conditions. I guess it matters for this Xerath here. But still,
yeah,
gotta feel a little bit sad about this.
The Hourglass definitely doesn't feel great, but I think you need to do it as Grave Trail. If you take a look at the hand, we are so light on units. So not only is this generating another unit, it's doing a Xerath proc as well, too. And I love this play by Sonic, really punishing Grave Trail for going for the block, using the fact that we have 4 units to get the double group shot and punish. But I don't hate the line from Grave Trail, as I was saying. Like, being light on units, getting the extra Waking Sands, it's not bad, but just really getting punished by that group shot. And I think Sonic's showing he really does know what he is doing, not using the group shot on 2. He's played a few games of this deck, and he has a plan for the matchup.
Yeah, clearly. The Soothsayer is going to come down from Grave Trail. A little bit interesting not to see a more aggressive unit like the Golden Ambassador or another Xerath come down, but well, a 1/4 is going to do a little bit better into this board from the side of Sonic.
Yes, certainly. And at this point, we are just on damage control as Grave Trail. Our job is to not die. If we don't die, we'll probably win the game. I feel like that's the story of Sundisk in most matchups. You have a really hard time going over Sundisk. Kind of just have to kill him first.
Yeah, going over Sundisk still means that you're going to kill them by like turn 6. So it's not going over at that point, even if you want to play bigger units and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's just not doable, as you said, Card Gamer. Forced to use the Quicksand here, though. That feels really bad from the side of Grave Trail. You really want to be saving that for the Ezreal to be able to try and kill that when you can.
Yeah, but just having to cash it in as a 3-mana heal 4, it's not the worst, but it's definitely not ideal either. And we have quite the pool from this Trinket trade on the side of Sonic Holic. We have, of course, the Otter, we have a Time Trick, and we have a Lightning Rush.
Ooh.
Some really incredible pickups. I'm very interested to see which one Sonic Holic decides to go for.
I really like Time Trick and Lightning Rush in this position. Does have a progress day already, so maybe the Time Trick is a little bit less valuable. Lightning Rush offers some protection, a little bit of extra burn. I'm a big fan of that card.
Yeah, Lightning Rush is a really great card. The protection it offers is insane. The little bit of damage that it offers cannot be neglected. And on top of that, when you hit it off of a card like Conch or Trinket Trade, it's such a huge blowout. People do not expect it.
True.
But instead, just opting to go for the Otter, get a body down. It'll be nice to soak up some Xerath beams if Xerath comes down again. And, discard fodder for this Electro Harpoon. Because right now, I'm guessing Sonic is very worried about all of these cards in his hand that say discard one to deal damage.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't have a lot of great things to discard at the moment. But the Otter does make something nice.
Yeah, I found the Electro Harpoons to be a little bit clunky myself when I was testing this deck out earlier today. Decides that he doesn't even have time for the Progress Day and is going to go ahead and use that as some discard fodder as well. As you mentioned the last time we saw this deck on screen, he's kind of converting from that board-based approach into the burn-based approach with the Ezreal.
Yeah, most certainly he's trying to make that switch at this point, but against Mono Shurima and having these chompers, it's actually a lot easier to play the board for a lot longer than you would expect. Just being able to drag these units around and being able to cycle through your deck really well with cards like Zonite and Static Shock.
Definitely. Mystic Shock going to come out here, remove a 1-2. Sonic really setting himself up for this next attack swing. But second Azir was found, right?
Yeah, this is the second Azir, I believe. And Sonic, 2 Ezreals in hand, and they're both flipped.
Rite of Negation, of course, means that you do have to fire off your spells one at a time unless you're within that burst lethal range, but can force the blocks first, of course, as we see.
Yeah, Grave Trail just trying to figure out what's his best line, what he needs to hold up. If he needs to hold up that Rite of Negation, or he can just hold up the Rite of Arcane. And he says, there's nothing I need to negate this turn. Let me flip his ear here. Let me advance the Sun Disc.
Yeah, I like this.
Sonic responds with the Ezreal.
Grave definitely needs to be working towards his own win condition here. And this is going to be a little bit of a punish that I didn't quite see. Of course, we do know there is second Ezreal available, but yeah, Sonic just going to go ahead and hit okay there. Doesn't care too much about that.
I think you're okay with this. I really like that play as Sonic, actually. When they tap down to 3 and they only have the right, because if they decide to swing with this Charger, like, you just take all of this, you don't care. They only have an Azir down now, right? So we just get to whop them in the face and just throw our burn on the stack and just say, all right, buddy, how are you surviving this one?
Yeah, I like it a lot. Exactly as you said, Card Gamer. If, of course, they do have the Rite of Negation. Well, first they have to tap out with the Arise just to stop this lethal open attack, right?
Yeah. And then we have all of the burn to throw as Sonic. And the Archivist is a great pickup to just look for more burn if we need to.
Yeah, and even if you only find bad spells or spells that aren't applicable, you can just use them for discard fodder here.
Most certainly. And with both Arises being sent, I have to imagine we're just throwing burn at face and ending the game on the side of Sonic Holic.
Mm-hmm.
Showing this old man that he should be paying attention to what the new kids are doing. This is the new TikTok trend.
I thought you were about to start rhyming there.
No, I can't do that.
This old man, he played knick-knack on my thumb. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home. That's how it goes, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Something like that.
Something like that. It just triggered a primal memory, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a zoomer. I don't know nursery rhymes still. But I would imagine I would hope we're going into game 3, but that could just be the end of the set.
I think that was the end of the set, right? We caught 2 games there, both on. I doubt they started that late. I'm gonna give the bracket a refresh to see if we can figure out who else is going.
Yeah, and it looks like that is Sonic taking it down. And do we have anyone else still going for this round, Monty?
Taking a peek here in game. It looks like Friend of Zoe is still playing. Is Infinipatrons playing tonight? Are they matched up?
I believe they are. I think it looks like they are playing Friend of Zoe. If you want to hop into that one, if you just let me know whose hand you're grabbing.
I will get patrons if that's...
Sounds like a plan. Now, it's my understanding that Infinity Patrons and Friend of Zoe are both X1 at the moment. So if we do end up having a top cut tonight, this is a key match if either of these players want to have hope of making it there.
What did we just see resolve on that stack? That was incredible.
Oh, now this is a turn to tune into. Oh, and it keeps going. The party never ends, Monty.
Oh boy. So we saw single combat onto a Silver Sister, get excited on the Broadwing, Mystic Shot onto a River Shaper, a second single combat that was denied, and then a Concerted Strike. What a weird turn that we jumped into there. Oh my. It never ends. What? From here, if you're patrons, what are you doing? Just another Broadwing, I guess. You're trying to trim off the board, and that's another give it all from the side of Friend of Zoe.
Yeah, and this Yumi is just such a nuisance to deal with as the side of Infinite Patrons. As this Demacia Ionia deck that isn't playing Poppy in 6 rallies, you want to play a very fair game plan where you take advantage of combat tricks and barriers or Young Witch like support attack, a support quick attack, and use things like River Shaper and Sign-In to really outvalue and just eventually create an insurmountable lead over your opponent. But it's really hard to make that insurmountable board lead when your opponent has this Sharp Sight. It's better than Sharp Sight now, actually. This +2/+2 they can keep equipping to a creature every turn and just grows it if you don't remove it. And you don't have a real way to get rid of Yumi in this region combination. She just is there forever.
That's a funny card.
Yeah, and speaking of a 2/2 that doesn't go away, what if we had a 10/10 that never went away? +10/+10.
Yeah. That is really fun. Does it, with the Zoe, after you've played the Zoe, if it's somehow removed, or sorry, the Yumi, if you cast that on a Yumi, and the Yumi is removed back into hand, it loses it, right?
No, it keeps it.
Attached? Oh, man.
Yeah, it keeps the buffs.
That's a funny card. That's a really funny card.
You never lived until you've won a game of Yordles and Arms because your first telescope hit Rainbow Fish and then your second telescope hit Call of the Mountain or
Destiny's Call. Destiny's Call. It took me a second to come back to it, which is why I was laughing instead of naming the card.
You just keep throwing 13 power elusives at them until they say, "Okay, I can't answer this one."
I guess so. That's not something you see every day. It's a great game plan if you ask me.
A bit expensive, but if you don't have to main deck it, who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Vi's still an option for a Friend of Zoe, potentially. Other choice is just Boom Baboon here. It looks like that's what we're going to see first.
Yeah, and I would imagine with this Golden Sister growing to 7/6, you would just want to be really wide, maybe just play out this Chompers here and go for the Give It All. You don't really need the Vi down to, make this Give It All insurmountable. If that is what we decide to go for Friend of Zoe, but it is a bit weak to deny.
Mm-hmm.
So we may elect for a different line, not being quite as weak to deny. Caster Vision on our side. We know Infinity has it.
Yeah, you can, of course, use the Destiny's Call on the Flame Choppers or on the Vi. Looks like it's going to come down on the Vi, and we'll see that played out instead. Friend of Zoe definitely being a little bit heads up here and saying, well, they run 2, maybe even 3 denies from the side of patrons, and they've drawn a lot with these River Shapers. So, odds are they have it.
How do you deal with this Vi as Infinite Patrons?
With a board-based deck, you don't. You need Shen plus the Brightsteel formation to buff something up high enough, I think. And I don't know if that's ever happening.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to get 2 units big enough to conserve this Vi.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to take Shen plus Brightsteel on the board. Or you're going to have to force her to block into one of the double attack things. I believe these Shen Garen lists are running 1 Sacred Protector. I think that's the Shen boat.
Yeah. I'm trying to pull up Infinite Patron's list. I don't think I see the Sacred Protector, but I do see some number of Brightsteel formation.
And that's a Vi level up coming through.
That's a big Vi. That's Vi from Arcane.
Yep.
Alright. Like that. That Vi will mess you up.
Friend of Zoe kind of cheating, getting the skin early. It's what, the day 6 reward, and we're only on day 3 now. For those of you who don't know, who are unaware, there is a current login bonus. If you log in for a week, you get some arcade skins.
Yeah. I heckin' love Arcane, dude, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, chat just got to the point where I rhymed, and they're saying that I am confirmed boomer. Well, that's good.
You are older than me, Monty. I thought we went over this earlier.
It's true. We did.
Alright, but getting into Infinity's turn, this is, man, how do you win this game from Infinite Patron's side? What do you do against 1812 Vi and then also Yumi as this fair and balanced deck? You're playing Shen and Garen. Like,
you have champs now, so there's some hope. I think you have to pull these 2 massive units out of the way, level up your Garen this turn. That is really looking like the only potential line here, in my opinion.
Yeah, that would make sense.
You should probably swing out with the rest of this as well, since you're pulling the big units. Gotta threaten something. Now, if your friend is Zoe, you're pretty okay to just take this trade here, and then, honestly, the damage isn't that threatening. You can still hold it, and maybe sneak a give it all in this turn.
Yeah, I like putting one thing up, I think. You can refill pretty well this turn. And yeah, friend of Zoe agrees, and actually elects to try and keep the Golden Sister alive.
I like this.
Yeah, so we'll see the response. I'll be interested to see how Infinity decides to respond. In Sharpsight makes a lot of sense. We have 2 of them, keeps the Broadwing just at enough power, or toughness, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Power? Toughness? I don't know how to say it with formidable units, to be honest. What's more clear? But able to take down the Golden Sister.
I think with formidable, you're okay to call toughness attack or attack. It's one and the same with that keyword. It's part of what makes it powerful, but also part of what makes it so weak to stuff like Hush and Quicksand. It's one of the more interesting keywords, to be sure.
Certainly an interesting keyword. It's very funny when your opponent forgets how quick attack works with it. That's always a good time.
Yeah, it is. It's really funny.
But it'll be interesting. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Friend of Zoe decided to keep the Golden Sister alive. Well, having the lifesteal is certainly very nice. I kind of like just getting Yumi on something else.
Now Patrons
trying to get there.
Going after this Vi very slowly is going to try and get there.
And I have to imagine if you are Friend of Zoe, you just probably put this Yumi on. Oh!
Yeah.
This guy's better than I am, man. He says, you know what? You're tapped out, bro. Give it all.
Give it all. Easy. Found the opportunity to use it. It's now going to get to slam these massive units into the board. Of course, has the Flame Chompers to pull one of the defenders out of the way as well. And all it's going to take from this point is 1 attack plus that Vi. Instead, good to just take out this entire board. Says, I'm not even going to give you an opportunity to respond. You got to have something here.
I'm honestly really surprised why we're not playing Yumi on this Vi. I feel like we really do not want this Vi to die.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I would have dropped the Yumi at the start of this turn instead, but I think the logic is maybe we're giving them an opportunity to attack there. I don't know.
Yeah, but does the attack matter? Like, if they want to sack their board so we can't get by proc, then they die, right?
It definitely doesn't matter. River Shaper, though, might matter. And I suppose...
We can start our value chain here, at least.
Yeah, this is maybe the other reason they decided to go for this line. Just so they could continue to invoke at the start of this turn. And a Traveler is a very good option in this situation.
Yeah, keep the value going, but you still have to survive this attack. And speaking of keeping the value going, protecting this River Shaper is a good way to create some value.
Yeah, I like that a lot. No Mystic Shot to punish.
And I would imagine the Yumi has to come down now.
Right?
The only way it doesn't come down is if you decide to put it on your Challenger unit, which I do not mind.
That's where I would put it, probably.
Yeah.
Double Shen.
And it's the Zenith Blade.
Oh, man. We ended up in a really interesting game position here as well. Zenith Blade going to come down now, give a little bit more healing. And now if your patrons, you may be considering denying this. Sorry, not healing, just a little bit more toughness for the side, for that big challenger on the side of Friend of Zoe.
Yeah, and at this point, I really think Deny is a good option. Keeping this Priestess, not only the fact we're denying the Overwhelm, but keeping this at 4 health this turn is really nice for the ability to have Garen be a pressure tool.
You know, let's just take a moment to appreciate this Priestess. She bowed down and prayed, and she was rewarded. She is now a 21-4 with Overwhelm, Tough, and an attached Yumi.
Yeah.
And Challenger as well, right? So
yeah,
this is
she's a house.
This is just lethal, right? Well, not with Shen's shield, I guess. Shen's spell. No, I actually can't count. I think it's always... You need Shen spell... You need Shield of Duran now. And you're not quite dead. Oh, wait. They did end up denying the Zenith Blade. Man, I'm tripping.
Yeah, they denied the Zenith Blade. But this Hush is going to be a huge blowout, removing the barrier from the Garen.
Gotta feel decent about that as Friend of Zoe, but now this River Shaper is going to continue to be able to draw, and this Shen is on the verge of leveling up as well.
However, you can take some solace on the side of Friend of Zoe, knowing that this man is done rallying. And wait, did River Shaper not draw?
It did not draw.
Spells?
I guess we are.
There's 10 cards in the deck.
Wow. We jumped into a game, Card Gamer.
This is a game.
They're all units? Wow.
Oops, all units. Remember how I was saying, like, this deck is too fair, and, like, how we're supposed to build this advantage, but, like, I don't know how we're gonna win, because, like, there's a Yumi?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why does Friend of Zoe have more cards in hand? He has, like, 9 more cards in his deck.
That's a good question.
Why?
How does this happen? Maybe this deck isn't as fair as we thought. If it could draw this much as a board-based deck, I don't know. That's interesting, if nothing else.
I mean, you're playing Sion and River Shaper, right? You have ways to draw cards and get cards out of your deck. It's just, I think your units are a bit too fair, and we don't have the best ways to end the game. Like, there was a leveled Garen on the field for several turns, and, I mean, we removed a bunch of challengers from Give It All.
Yep.
That was nice.
I think had we kept the deny up for that Give It All, we might have been able to wrestle this board back, but the Give It All combined with the Destiny's Called Vi was just a little bit too much for patrons' deck.
Yeah, it was a lot to deal with for sure.
And now I think Friend of Zoe has this one pretty much on lock.
Yeah, just a formality at this point. We're out of sharp sights. We're out of pieces of interaction.
Victor did hit elusive, so there's no way to stop this whatsoever.
And Scout. And
Scout.
yeah, I really like this from Friend of Zoe. Hard playing the Chompers, and you know you just have lethal on this attack.
Yeah, no point in giving up an action either. Attack goes through. Get Excited's going to come out, and that's going to be game from Friend of Zoe.
Yeah, and I would have to imagine that ends the set in favor of Friend of Zoe. We could have a speedrun game 3. It would certainly be exciting, but I'd have to imagine that was the game 3.
Yeah, I think you're right, Card Gamer. I'll give it a second before deciding to if we have time to jump into one more game in this round, or if we're going to cut to a break for the next one. Looks like that is the end of the set. So, one more time, I'm going to, yes, end of the round, end of the set, end of the round should be just about up as well. I think, yeah, I'm looking at the bracket right now. Rogio and Camilleri reported, so that was the last series in that round. And with that, we are going to cut to a bit of a break, but I do want to thank Community Gaming once again, our sponsors, for teaming up with us to bring you guys this tournament series. And for those of you who want to join into this tournament series but might not know how, they are for our MasteringRuneterra premium subscribers. You can access this either through the MasteringRuneterra website or the Patreon, and you only need to access the lowest tier. And they will give you every daily tournaments from now until the seasonals on the 15th of May, as amongst many other things like the team calls, of which Card Gamer, I think I saw you in there today. Do you want to give the viewers a little bit of a rundown of what those are like?
Yeah, so the team calls are really chill. They happen every Friday. For me, they happen 2 to 5 EST. For you, please adjust the time zone. And then how it starts off is the first 10 or 15 minutes. Everyone gets in, kind of talk, say what's up, see what's up. Majin or Jason will probably ramble a little bit about what they've been doing on ladder, what they think is good this week. And, then we have a place where anyone in the community that's a patron or subscribed can ask questions that we'll go over in these calls. It's a communal process. So, if you have questions about the questions, you want things elaborated on, you feel like you have a really good piece of advice because, you've really resonated with a question someone has that you've already overcame, you can share that. It's a really communal place. After that, probably do some VOD reviews that, the users, the team call members can submit. So it's a really good place to learn and get better. Players like me, Majin, Jason, if Monty ever has time, can hop in and, give you some good advice. And then if there's any more time, then we'll probably just play some ladder or do some scrimming. But it's mainly VOD review, questions, and a good place to hang out, just talk about the game and converse with some of the best players you can on the server.
Thank you for giving the viewers a rundown of that, Card Gamer. If that doesn't sound like quite your thing, it also gives you access to all the premium articles on our website at MasteringRuneterra.com. But with that, we are going to cut to a little bit of a break. Actually, before we do so, I forgot, we do have a couple tournaments on the weekends that you guys can sign up for, even if you can't subscribe, even if subscribing isn't something you're interested in. We're still out here partnering up with different tournament organizers to help bring you guys awesome tournaments. But now we are going to cut to a quick little break, and we'll be right back with the fourth round, and then maybe we'll get a top cut too. We'll see. We'll see how things shake out today. Catch you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to your Friday night MasteringRuneterra Road to Seasonals tournament. This is MonteXristo, and I'm joined by my pal Card Gamer. We're your hosts tonight. I'm your host. He's my co-caster. He's been so wonderful carrying me on his back while I take care of production and everything else. Card Gamer, do you want to give the players a little bit of a rundown of the matchup we were thinking of getting into for this next and potentially final round?
So going into round 4, we are in a spot with 3 3-0 players. We have Matty24 Mayo, an incredible, I think he's LATAM, he may be South America, somewhere below North America, but still on our shard. Incredible player from there. Rebellion, who is, I believe, NA.
I think so.
Member of the Mario community. Very chill person from the small interactions I've had with them. And then Sonicolic, an EU buddy of mine. Very good player. Very young player. Definitely someone to be on the lookout for some seasonal top cuts. And these are our 3-0 players. 2 of them, Matty and Rebellion, are facing to determine who is the remaining 3-0 from them two. Mm-hmm. However, Sonic is playing a 2-1 player, and I would very much like to see that matchup. It's Sonic versus Snipe Cross, 2 of what I would say the most exciting lineups in the tournament, combined with, if Sonic wins this matchup, we get a top cut. And if Sonic cannot come through, then, you know, we have one winner between Matty and Rebellion. And I would like to see if we get this top cut. Can Sonic do it? Can Sonic bring home the content?
Yeah, I too am interested in seeing if Sonic can do it and if we're going to get a top cut here. And I'm also interested in seeing if Snipe Cross can redeem himself from his last appearance on the stream, because that was a very sad draw in both games and a very quick 2-0 from his opponent, who I think was a Rebellion at that time. And it looks like they are getting into game. So once those bans are through, we're going to go ahead and cut over. But for those of you who weren't here earlier, Snipe Cross is arguably on the spiciest lineup in the tournament. He's on Katarina, LeBlanc, Riven, Yetis. Yes, you heard me right, Yetis. He's playing some Blood for Blood in there as well, newly buffed. And there's even a decisive maneuver. It's kind of a crazy deck. Jinx Rumble is his second deck. It's kind of the spiritual successor to Draven Rumble, discard aggro of old. And to round it out, he's got Sion Elise with the Undying and the Minion and Mask Mother. This is a spicy deck to be hit, if nothing else. And we did talk a little bit about Sonic's lineup as well. He was on that Broken Ball list of Ezreal Heimerdinger that's popping up rather quickly all over the place. That is a Vandal City P&Z list. His second deck is a favorite of mine, Aphelios. That's Aphelios and Fizz. It's a tempo deck that looks to push through early board pressure and then just chunk down. And Card Gamer, I'm slipping on the final deck. Do you remember?
It's Sion. I understand why you would be forgetting. We actually haven't got to see Sonic play it all night. People are scared of the big war man. People do not like Blood and Soil, but they do like funny Zoomer decks.
It's true.
And Sonic has been playing the funny Zoomer decks very well tonight. 2 decks that, you know, aren't very well known. They're being championed only by a couple people, really, and the people they're really being championed by are some of the most elite players. And, you know, it's questionable if these are really good decks or if these are just, you know, decks that really good players are showing up and skill diffing people with because they like their play patterns and they're fun. And, you know, Sonic's definitely a good player. Don't get me wrong. I think this guy's incredible. But I think he's making a case that these are actually good decks, and it isn't just a good player thing.
I think so, too.
They looked good tonight.
I was thinking about lineups for Aphelios, and I just couldn't find a place to put it in a lineup. But Sonic has found a lineup that seems to accommodate it quite nicely. It's one that I might be looking to try out in my future tournaments.
In getting into this game, it seems like we do finally get to see Sonic playing the Sion, and he has a really strong curve. The Zonite into the Fallen Rider, one of the strongest things you can ask for. Following it up with the Draven on turn 3, you know, just an incredible curve. We even have the Losel to boot to really be aggressive and keep the value rolling. And Sonic electing to open attack, I'm a really big fan of that, just getting the guaranteed damage, recognizing that they almost have to be on a trapper here. And, you know, taking our 6. And this is a deck that doesn't really run healing. Them being at 12 is very scary.
Yeah, it's super scary. The only real interaction they have in this list is Whirling Death and Decisive Maneuver, and those two cards, you kind of want to be using them offensively in this Yeti's list, as weird as that sounds. You want them to, one, enable your reputation rather quickly, and two, assist you in pushing damage through a wide board filled with Yetis. That said, this board isn't going to fill up anytime soon. Well, maybe I'm speaking too soon. This Tall Tales is available, so it's Snipe Cross goes for it. Instead, just going to go ahead and play the cat. And I like this too.
Yeah, the cat coming down, able to ping off an X1, putting on maximum pressure. And I think this is a good play. Swinging with the 5/5, you know, saying, okay, I have Troll Chant. Do you want to block me?
I like it.
We'll see if Sonic respects that.
I think you have to bluff as much as you can in this position, and we'll see what ends up happening. Of course, we can't see that there's a flock available. So if Sonic really wants, he can trade off both of these 2/1s and then open attack for lethal, right? It's just one shy of lethal.
Yeah, I like this play from Sonic a lot, actually. Electing to put up the Draven, try and trade with the unit, just prodding, saying like, okay, do you have the Troll Chant? And also grabbing another Axe to be even more aggressive on the open. We're accepting a 2/1's probably going to die, and then I imagine we're going to have the Sentry next turn to have a very aggressive line.
It looks pretty good to me, Card Gamer. Flock was available there as well. Could have put up a 2/1 under the Yeti, but as you said, if the Troll Chant is there, it's not so hot. Instead, second Yeti going to be created here. Just put up a blocker.
Yeah, just trying to fill up that board on the side of Snipe Cross, find a way to not die, and eventually find a way over the top with the Katarina pressure. And yeah, it looks like Sonic elects to go for that Arachnoid Sentry here, just pushing as much damage, having the axes, saying, do you really want to block with this Katarina that I'm going to make you block with?
Yeah, Katarina buff coming in hot here too. Gonna let Snipe Cross pick off an X1. This is not something that would have happened last patch. She lost the Blade's Edge beforehand for whatever reason.
Yeah, Blade's Edge wasn't something generated on Katarina level 2, and it costed
one
yeah,
on
it wasn't generated.
Yeah, right? I'm pretty sure it was just like level 1 Katarina got a Blade's Edge, but level 2 didn't for whatever reason. Now she's been granted it on both stages of her flip, as well as the fact that the level 2 is now 0 cost. And I think it's a good change. I don't think that it's enough to make Katarina as viable as Snipe Cross wants her to be, but it's definitely a good change for the future health of the champion, and to make her a little bit more fun and a little bit easier to play in a lot of lit decks.
Yeah, definitely help her out a bit, which is definitely something Katarina needs and is nice for the champion. But speaking of things we need, Sonic just needs a little bit more damage, and he has lethal. He has the Get Excited in hand, just needs to find a way to make 4 more connect. And while we don't run any Decimates in the main deck, we do have this Captain Farron in hand, which will make 2 Decimates. So Snipe Cross is going to have to find a way to end this game quickly, or it looks like it might just be game for Sonic.
And with the survival skills picked up off the top, Sonic can really set himself up quite nicely this turn.
Yeah, and I would imagine we end up going and cashing in these survival skills this turn, electing to get rid of the LeBlanc.
Sounds like a good play to me. We'll see if Sonic agrees with you. Of course, Snipe Cross.
Probably just shift the Get Excited face and put up the Lost Soul, I would imagine. It's a bit weak to another Katarina, but is life.
Katarina is 4 mana, right? So you can't play her.
Yeah, but if they play her next turn, right? They can ping it off.
Yeah, well, you can just use the axe instead. This beats Troll Chant, right? Well, sort of beats Troll Chant depending on which way they do it.
Yeah. Just electing to hold the burn, which I don't mind. Oh, but he took the bait. He should have used the Get Excited. Trapper warned us. And sending the Get Excited at the unit, just trying to Go for lethal. And if you want to use your Get Excited like this as spot removal, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. It takes out the blocker and forces Snipe Cross to have exactly 3 sisters. Or decisive maneuver. And he does have the 3 sisters for the spot, but it's not going to matter. The Farron can't come down quite yet, but give it a turn, and give it a turn or two, and the game will be ending.
Would you play the Sumpier or Sonic? I don't think it matters, but would you play it? You obviously don't cycle it.
No. I don't think I would in case I draw something that I want to discard so I can cycle. Or... Because, like, there's a chance that you don't go for the Farron on this turn, depending on what they do.
Yeah, that's fair. I would just think that being wide on board and having bodies down and then playing Farron and just being like, okay, I'll decimate next turn is pretty good because we don't really have a time to play some. But keeping yourself open makes a lot of sense as well, especially if we hit something like a Grenadier, right, which is pretty useless otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I also don't dislike playing the Sump. Like, I think it's a perfectly acceptable play for exactly the reasons you stated. I just think personally I would hold it. I tend to be a little bit more value oriented in these late game scenarios. And I think, well, what if by some miracle something goes wrong? And that's how I try to navigate through them. I think putting it down is just expending a resource that you don't necessarily have to yet.
I get that, but I think in this position, the way we randomly lose is an outvalue. It's dying because we have like 8 burn when we play Farron, right?
That's true.
So I just want to be playing burn on 9.
Absolutely true.
But yeah, it's a tricky decision, and I think decisions like that are what can separate good players from great players because there will be spots that matter.
Absolutely. With that, the 4 damage is going to come through. No top deck. No second 3 sisters, no decisive maneuver. Game 1 goes to Sonic.
Yeah, and we will see if Sonic can make the game 2 just as quick and, bring us to top cut, or if Sonic said, you know what, funny decks are a bit too funny for my Zoomer piles.
Yeah, I wonder if Snipe Cross let the Sion through. Or if he banned, or if it ended up banned again.
You mean if Sonic let the Sion through?
No, they both play Sion, so.
Yeah, but we already saw the Sion from Sonic, right?
Wait, wow. Yep.
You're good. It's the S names. They both have Sion. Like, you're good.
It happens. And we are going to see a run back on that Katarina LeBlanc deck.
Versus the Aphelios. Yep.
This seems like a better opening hand from Snipe Cross's side. Has a Yeti Yearling, has a Sentry.
Oh, we're playing Blood for Blood. Let's go.
He kept the Blood for Blood too, which is... I wonder what his plan for this card is. No Phlox means that it's not really... You're not putting your units at risk by activating it.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what we're doing with the Blood for Blood. It very well might just be more Yetis, but... Hey, making a board full of 5/5s is not bad.
Yeah. If we have, if we get lucky and top deck an 8-drop Yeti, we can go Yeti Yearling. We can set up the Yeti Yearling for a turn 3 8-drop. I think, if I can count. Turn 4 at the earliest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. We can set it up for turn 4. Yeah, it would come in. Unless we draw another
Yearling as well.
No, we can't because we already drew for turn 1, right?
Mm-hmm. At this point, it's impossible.
The earliest. Yeah. And the hand from Sonic is looking very nice. We have both champs. We have a Face Sprouts to try and look for a attach unit to try and go over the top. And the only thing we're really missing is just some units to fill out the board and prevent us from just dying.
Yeah, but if you're Snipe Cross, you're also pretty happy with this hand. I think the Sentry is going to be able to push a little bit of damage here, as well as cycle later into the game when you block with it. And you have the Trapper, and with the LeBlanc pickup as well, you have a win condition on that you can potentially put online in the Incisive Tactician.
Yeah, we certainly have plans to be doing on the side of Snipe Cross. Definitely looking like one of the stronger openers we've seen from this deck. But On the side of Sonic, we also have quite a strong opener. We're nightfalling the Aphelios to come down now and start putting some tempo and pressure on the opponent's board. And additionally, we just manifested a Rainbow Fish off of the Face Brush, which can combine with some units later to push a lot of damage, most likely combining with the Aphelios.
Gravitum also going to be a major thorn in Snipe Cross's side. And Snipe Cross showing that he's a gamer tonight, draws one of his 3 Yetis.
Yeah, Sonic saying that's fine, I have the Gravitum, I'm prepared for this. But, Sonic, let me riddle you this, my friend. Are you prepared for the blood for blood?
He's definitely not. He's definitely not prepared for the blood for blood.
They never are, Monty. They never are.
The Gravitum does come down onto the Yeti, and I had to check, that is the Trapper Yeti. I've seen some funny things with that Yeti yearling. Sometimes you get very, very lucky and it ends up shuffling in the top 10 or whatever, and you end up drawing it, and then you end up drawing the Trapper's Yeti as well.
Yeah, just put it on the top of the deck. That's always a good time. Have you ever lost a game to like Scouts or Plunder because like, you know, you kill their Yeti Yearling from the Mirai Warden on turn 2. You know, you're trading down. You don't want to take damage versus those decks. And then it's like, turn 3, 1 mana 5/5. Where did this guy come from?
I have. I've won a game like that too, I'm sure, at some point. That's a really bad roll from the side of Sonic. Probably the worst in this region combo.
Yeah. This is one of the worst rolls I think you can just hit with Aphelios in general. And unfortunately, it's a Targon thing, so you can't get away from this.
Yeah.
You can. The Herald of the Dragon. She's praying for us, you know. But I would prefer a religious figure, more like a 22/4 tough Challenger Solari Priestess.
It's a good one.
That's who I would prefer.
That's a much better religious figure in my eyes as well.
Yeah, a bit biased maybe, but it's fine. But it will be interesting to see how Sonic decides to navigate this turn. Staring down quite a threatening board from Snipe Cross, and while the Yeti is stunned this turn, it's going to be on stun next turn, and we will have to find a way to, you know, not die to this board of 5 attack units.
I think I would like to see him start building this Fizz. But maybe also it's just a Rainbow Fish line angle. Looks like it is going to be a Fizz line from the side of Sonic.
Yeah. Going for the Fizz, and then I'm interested to see how he decides to play the rest of this. If he wants to use a Calibrum or if he'd rather get down a unit.
He's thinking about it pretty hard here. It looks like it is going to be a Severum angle.
Oh, he actually went for the Severum, and he's deciding to heal to full.
I like this a lot. This gives you a Shark as well.
Mm-hmm.
Makes effective use of your mana, pushes the most, not quite the most damage you can, but as much as you can with the options you've made, with the choices you've made.
And it's important to note that this will heal Sonic to full, allowing him to tank up a bunch more damage on the swing from Snipe Cross. So, heading into Snipe Cross's turn, it looks like this is probably just a turn where we're trying to proc the reputation and then rally and see if that's enough to get there.
Yeah, he set himself up nicely for this one. The LeBlanc does have some level up progress, I believe, 8 out of 15. This open attack is very threatening.
What's the reputation progress, Monty?
It is 1 out of 4, so that actually can't happen this round without a Yeti.
Yeah, did we generate the blade?
Nope.
Not +2?
It is quick attack blade, so it's not doable. Tactician actually can't come down. The Yeti is going to be duplicated, though, just like you predicted there, Card Gamer.
Well, he can come down, right? But we would have to make a 0 mana mirror image to double him.
He can't,
because he goes to 5? Or
goes to 6. Goes to 6.
Ah, my fault.
That's okay. Who plays that card? Yeah, you're not a reputation gamer. It's okay. I am. I know. It's I know I'm losing my mind tonight, but that's one thing you should know to take my word on, friend.
Yeah, I know you're the reputation guy, but you see, Monty, while you were out there playing reputation, I was winning against that deck because I played Tri-Beam. I'm sorry.
That's true. That's fair. I mean, you might have been winning a bit against it, but I was winning. I was winning against Tri-Beam because not every Tri-Beam gamer is nearly as good as you.
That's
Here we are going to see the full swing come out from the side of Snipe Cross. It is looking pretty good for him. It's definitely looking pretty good for him. He can go ahead and troll chant this to reduce the healing. Not that it really matters either, but it saves the Yeti, and that can be kind of important. I wonder if Sonic goes in for the wallop. Would you consider it here, card gamer?
I think at this point you're pretty okay with how things are going. Your Aphelios is alive. You're not dying. You have this Fizz that's going to be really scary next turn. But I do think you probably have to commit the wallop if they decide to rip something that's scary, you know? If they have a second ribbon to, you know, try and push a lot more damage, they have a whirling death to try and remove your lifesteal blocker, or they go for like a freeze on your lifesteal blocker to try and push a lethal, then I think we maybe need to look at the wallop, but I think we're pretty okay as Sonic letting this go through.
Yeah, you're never stopping the LeBlanc level up from happening, so it's not the biggest deal right now. You'd rather save that for maybe after a Might is committed somewhere. That's a way you could lose here. Snipe Cross is running a couple copies in his deck. That's a great pickup if you're Snipe Cross, though. Having the flash freeze available is going to mean that this Fizz isn't quite as scary as it was a second ago.
Yeah, with the three sisters in the back pocket, I feel like you have to feel very comfortable on the side of Snipe Cross. I don't really see the way that Sonic Holic can win with a freeze in hand, with a mirror image in hand, with a tacticianer in hand. It looks like we have most of, if not every piece we need on the side of Snipe Cross to not die next turn and set up our own lethal.
Yeah, I gotta agree here. The Riven's also going to generate a blade going into his following attack if he can't somehow close out. We'll see what happens.
We'll actually generate a blade next turn if we decide to rally too, because you gain it when you gain the attack token as well on Riven.
I meant like a full blade. I should have articulated that better. But yes, she'll gain the fragment on the rally, and then if you double rally, she'll gain another fragment, and then you can cast that if you so choose. You won't have the mana if that does play out the way we expect it to.
But certainly very strong. The ability to rally and increase the speed of which you're making the blade. To make a Riven that comes down this late into the game, make a blade after only being on the board for 2 turns is certainly very powerful.
It is, and perhaps showing that there's maybe something to this deck after all, and that's not just dumb luck that brought Snipe Cross to this position. Obviously, it's not just dumb luck. He's a very, very skilled player. I have scrimmed him multiple times. One of the few people I actually do end up scrimming with, because he will poke me and he'll be like, hey, do you want to have a scrim? And I'll be like, yeah, okay. I'm around. You guys can bug me for scrims. I just don't think about it.
Yeah, Snipe Cross is definitely a player where when he has an event he wants to be ready for, he'll say, hey man, let's scrim. And he'll ask everyone. There's been times where I've been like talking to my RA team, and they're like, hey, let's like do this in a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, sure, give me 1 second. Like, I'm scrimming with Snipe Cross. He asked me. And they're like, oh, Snipe Cross asked me to scrim like an hour ago. And someone else is like, oh yeah, like I told him I couldn't do it tonight, but like we'll play tomorrow. Yeah. It's just like he asks everyone. Like when he's ready to play, he's scrimming. And I think that's a big reason why he has success, even on something pretty off kilter like this.
Yeah, definitely. The man definitely knows how to prepare. Is a school teacher as well, so he has to put a little bit of effort into planning lessons and whatnot. And of course, given that, you got to know how to he'll know how to prepare effectively for these tournaments too. And here we see that rally come down and that Blade fragment forged. Gonna keep the mana available for the flash freeze on the Fizz. Definitely has to be necessary. We'll see if Snipe Cross makes a mistake and dips under it, but no reason to.
Yeah, and what's your line here as Sonic?
Cry.
So you do have some lines, right?
Yes, you do. You have double burst speed spell, or burst speed focus speed spell into second weapon into, I don't know what the second weapon is. Otherwise,
We played a Gravitum, so the second weapon is most likely a Crescendum or an Infernum, right? Well, it has to be one of those, but it's probably a Crescendum.
I think it would be an Infernum in this spot, right? Because you're looking to end.
You are looking to end. Yeah, you probably just take it for the +2. You're right.
So the attack comes out from Snipe Cross. This goes through. Here you might have to wall up if it means stopping the double rally.
Yeah. And I wonder if we decide to go for a wallop or we decide to try and force our own lethal. Because if we would have rainbow fished Aphelios.
Oh wait, this is better, right? Now you can get the tactician off the board as the route. Like if Snipe Cross goes in for the mirror image, you can hit it with the wallop now.
Now what could you be plotting?
But how are we winning this turn? And we just
We're
die
not.
next
Yeah,
turn.
you're right. This is a tough spot. Now we see the power of the Yetis. They just make this constant threat of rally, this cheap rally threat. Once you've got the 6 attack unit or the 6 cost unit on the board, means that you just risk losing the game at any point.
We lose to the 3 sisters they have in hand, but I feel like if you're Sonic, you take your 6, you take your lumps, you wallop if they try and kill you, and then you put the elusive fish on the Aphelios, and you see if they get there, you see if they don't have the freeze. You can make it 6? You can have each champion representing 7 as well, so you can beat a troll champ with a Poke top deck. But yeah, I think that's probably the best Sonic had.
Yeah, that was definitely a good line. Looks like now, I think this is going to spell the end for Sonic no matter what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, this will seem to be the end. We will send it in, and I imagine we just get frozen. That will be game.
Owlcat comes down. Now, another full swing is going to come out from Snipe Cross. This is even going to go ahead and generate more mirror images, too.
Yeah, just keep the mirror images coming. And with that, it's going to be the end of the game. No board left on the side of Sonic. Snipe Cross will just close out the open attack next round, and yeah, Sonic sees the writing on the wall and says, you know what? It's time for game 3.
Yep. Should probably have kept our scoreboard updated during that, but it's okay. Got it now. Now is when it matters. Game 3. Will we get a top cut card, gamer?
I don't know.
I wonder which deck came through.
Exciting to find out. Yeah. Do we see the Aphelios versus the Jinx Rumble, or do we get to see the Sion deck? Judging on the games we've seen, Sonic was probably in a better position against Sion, and it looks like he agrees with my assessment.
Yeah.
Says, let me see that Sion Elise deck. How are you using these clocks again?
Well, this opening hand looks a lot better than the last one we saw from Snipe Cross. Does have a minion here, so at least there's something he can keep and continue to put down. Might not be the most optimal unit to want to keep in your mulligan, but still better than nothing that we saw before.
Yeah, and Sonic's mulligan is looking like a hand right out of Tristana phase. We got a Rainbow Fish, 2 Grandfather Phase, and a Lantern.
Ooh.
I'm really interested to see how aggressively he decides to mulligan this hand. I imagine we are almost forced into keeping Lantern. It's a pretty key card, but I wonder if we decide to keep what else we decide to keep, and he actually decides to full keep it.
Yeah, I would have probably done the exact same thing with that hand. Maybe not the Rainbow Fish. That one is a bit more of a late game card, and I would have potentially kicked it back to try and find a champion. But I can definitely get behind keeping it. It just rounds out your curve very nicely here.
Yeah, and it is worth noting we can cheat it out very quickly and put it on a spell shield unit to keep it safe with all of these Grandfather Fate units.
But Snipe Cross's deck has found the Undying.
He's found units to play and kill, looking to be in a much better position than last time.
Yeah. Prodigy was saying in the chat when we saw this on screen last time, when you don't find the Undying, this deck looks really, really bad. But when you have it, it actually turns out pretty well. We'll see if Snipe Cross can show the world what that means today.
Yeah, but I'm a bit worried when you have a unit like the Undying. Sometimes you just lose to your opponent just being really tempo positive. If we're talking about decks being tempo positive, this Aphelios Fizz deck, that's the name of the game.
Yes, it is. We talked about that a little bit earlier as well. It's definitely a tempo deck, meaning that it wants to get on the board and just continue its swings, making its opponent play at its pace, not easing up the gas whatsoever.
Yeah, and when you have a card like the Gleaming Lantern, you really can do that. You just put on the pressure and you never let go. And it's even more compounded when you have double Grandfather Fate to make these cheap units that are going to be huge and hard to deal with.
So I might have considered a different line from the side of Sonic there. We did pick up the 2/2 Assistant Librarian right off the start there, off our top deck.
The Librarian and put the fish on it to try and start drawing.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I would have gone for. This lets you set up a wider board, which is also pretty valuable, especially right now. And you can full swing here too. You're going to lose your Gleaming Lantern and your Grandfather Fate, but I think that's fine in this position. Actually, Snipe Cross just opts to stop as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and this is the scary part about this position. On the side of Sonic, he's just going to keep going wider. And this Undying, it's not blocking. The minion coming back is certainly going to be nice to have blockers, but the Undying not being able to block can certainly be scary. If this is your anchor unit to hold down the fort, it's really scary considering it can't block. It isn't a defensive presence in this deck where their main objective is trying to kill you. You don't get to wait around till your Sion turn.
Yeah, and here comes the second Rainbow Fish onto the Assistant Librarian. This is getting very scary very quickly for Sonic. Luckily for Snipe Cross, he does have the answer here in the form of this Flock plus the Vile Feast. And I think you just fire it up. Well, there's merit to keeping it, because that way, if you keep it, there's very few things that can actually deal with it. And that's the new Vi emote. There's Vi from Arcane. She made an appearance in this game too.
I love Vi from Arcane.
Triple Flock means that this Assistant Librarian is almost never going to get through.
Well, there is a chance. We can look for healing. We do not find the healing.
There is also the Trinket trade to look again.
Yeah. What would you take? You can't see this. The choices were Scrappy Bomb, Scrap Heap, and what's the last one?
I think
something not. It was. Would you take Scrap Heap or would you take the Ziggs spell? Is what I'm trying to ask in the spot.
I think in this position, and given that it's open deck list, I think the Ziggs spell is good because it's going to let you take out two blockers in the form of the minion and the spider. And it's Scrap Heap requires you to discard something from your hand, which you probably don't want to be doing in this spot.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of the Ziggs bomb here for that exact reason, and Sonic agrees as well. I actually do remember the last card now. It was a Messenger Sigil. It was a garbage card that I didn't need to remember.
Yeah, that is definitely a garbage card that you wouldn't consider.
But speaking of garbage, that's what Snipe Cross's blocks are looking like right about now.
Yeah.
4-3 you can't really block. The 6-5 he's just gonna have to jump down with. And unfortunately for Snipe Cross, he doesn't have anything good to put in front of the 6-5. He's gonna have to give up an actual unit that he cares about. these 5/5 and 6/6s, well, he did pay 2 mana for them, you know? They are worth a bit more than 2 mana. He's had to invest a lot in the Undying to make them this big.
I should probably check this Sion's level up progress, and it's not quite there.
It's up.
With the yeah, it is there. The Undying is definitely making a big difference in this list. Prodigy was right. This might actually be the game, right? Because you can flock your own Scion from this position. Oh, you don't have the mana.
Scion, right?
Yeah.
If you're Sonic, you just don't block Scion.
That's true. But then Sion can always block the 6/5 next turn.
What you do at this point, I'm pretty sure, is you just like trade everything. You give up the 6/5, and then you play your Papercraft Dragon like hard this turn, and you give it elusive next turn.
Yep, that is definitely the way to do it.
I think that's the line. If you're Sonic, you take it on the chin like a champ, and then you set up your lethal.
Yeah, you have an iron chin and an iron jaw, as they say. Not going to be phased by the Scion attacking in.
This is fine too, right?
Same thing.
This is actually better.
Yeah.
This is because we got to do it this turn. You see, this is why he plays this deck and I don't. This is why I'm casting. See, chat?
Yeah. This is actually a lot better. This means that there's going to be no flock out for the side of Snipe Cross, right?
Lethal. Yeah, it's just lethal. Please do not block the Scion, Mr. Sonicolic. Thank you, sir. Your service has been appreciated. Thank you for top cut.
Oh, Vengeance could do it off the top. There are 3 in this list.
Vengeance could do it. That is true.
There's no burst speed way to deal damage to the unit, though. But the Vengeance might be the answer. And yeah, the Vengeance is literally the only answer from this spot.
We are on draw vengeance %. Did not go very well for our protagonist last time when we were on draw hush %. But maybe this is just a better player.
It's 3 and 27, so the odds on that are roughly
1 in 9.
Yeah, about 11%.
And 11% is not too bad. Not where you want to be, but you know, hey, it's more than 1 in 10.
And that's not it. Fortunately,
that's not it. It's looking like that's game.
The Whispered Words wasn't quite online either. Actually, not quite game, because you did trade everything off, but the Flame Spitter off the top is going to be the difference maker there.
Yes, it is. That's going to take us to a top cut.
It is.
But before we get into that top cut, Monty, you want to see if we can catch the end of the Rebellion Matty 24 Mayo set if it's not already done?
I would love to. Let's see if we can get that on the screen for all of our lovely viewers.
I do not have Matty if you could grab his side if this is still going on. And it looks like it's over, actually.
Yeah, so I'm going to cut us back to a desk then.
And
with that, we are going to go into a top cut, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us through all of this. We do appreciate your viewership, and we hope that you're enjoying the show. I have to apologize. I have not been as 100% energetic as I normally am, but Card Gamer's been doing a fantastic job of keeping the show moving along. It's been wonderful. Once again, going to give a big shout out to Community Gaming. They have partnered up with us to put on these tournaments, this tournament series. It's been a phenomenal tournament series so far. We've been running since Wednesday, I believe. Maybe today's
Wednesday.
Today's Friday. Yep. 3 days ago was Wednesday, 27th. I'm losing my mind, as you guys might have been able to tell at this point. Slowly but steadily. It's okay. We're keeping in it. Just going to have to get some sleep tonight. But yeah, with that, we are going to cut to a quick break. And we'll be back with the top cut when it's ready for you. Thank you for staying with us. We hope that you stick around, and we'll catch you in a minute.
See you then.
One. Welcome back, everybody, to your Sunday night Mastering Runeterra tournament. It's Friday night, and Monty's losing his mind. Technically, for me, it's Saturday morning, actually.
Yeah, it is Saturday.
I'm losing a day. But Card Gamer, we got a top cut on our hands. We weren't sure we were gonna get it, but Sonic managed to pull it out here. He did, in fact, end up taking the 2-1 set over Snipe Cross. That was super exciting. Both players definitely had a chance to come out ahead in that one. But we're now going to go ahead and get into Rebellion versus Mathy Mayo. These players also both went undefeated, if I'm not mistaken.
So, I'm not sure. Greg actually posted it. Mathy and Sonic were the only two players who went undefeated. We didn't actually see Rebellion or Mathy in the round 4 because the Sonic game actually took longer and they were playing each other in that round. So Mathy ended up winning and guaranteeing the top seed in this top cut. And Rebellion unfortunately lost, but they're getting the run back, and this is the match that really matters. So, when it counts on time 2, we're going to watch and we're going to see who can come out on top.
Yeah, we'll see if the results can end up a little bit different this time. And it looks like they are getting into games, so I'm going to go ahead and switch this over for our viewers. And let's see what decks they queued up first.
Yeah, so it looks like we have the
I guess
this spin-off versus the was this Pantheon or
Aphelios Lux?
Aphelios Lux, yes. As I like to call it, cooler Pantheon, because it's the same colors, but I like playing that deck.
I see 2 sunbursts in the opening hand. That's going to be quite problematic. I believe Mathy actually kept those. Maybe not what you would normally expect out of a Demacia deck, but this one does want to be playing around that Lux, and these sunbursts are very, very effective at dealing with Victor, Lee Sin, and Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of keeping these sunbursts. Not only is it a good way to level Lux, and it doesn't even lose leveling Lux to deny now, which is very strong with the cast play merge. But on top of that, it's really good for just threat checking your opponent. Targon, Demacia, especially like the Lux variations of this deck, want to outgrind you. They just want to play a long game. They want to keep playing cards, keep making lasers, keep making guns, and eventually get there against you. And having answers to a couple of threats is a good way to ensure you get to that game state.
Yeah, and here we see the Broadwing go after the Ballistic Bot. Rebellion now has to decide how they want to protect it. Do they want to go for the Sump Fumes, which we see in the Herald, or do they want the guaranteed protection of the Twin Disciplines? And actually just going to go ahead and let it through. Wants to play the Scales of the Dragon, I guess.
I'm actually very curious as to why they decided to let it go. I wonder what target they value higher for. Oh, it's an Aphelios. They want to kill the Sump Fume stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bit of a long night.
It definitely has been a long night, but I think the Broadwing Protector is still a very, very reasonable thing to go after. Maybe just a little bit scared of getting punished by Pale Cascade. Victor's going to come down now, though.
Well, I don't think any trick outside of a Shield of Durand is that big of a deal. I think it's mainly about saving the Sump Fumes for the Aphelios. We really don't want them to get the Aphelios going. I'm guessing we feel like we can eventually find a lethal as long as we don't have guns to really mess with our tempo and threaten to kill us to ruin our plan of, setting up these engines and eventually just getting there.
And the first Victor was met with a Sunburst, so now Rebellion's staring down 6 damage on this open attack.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the power of this Lux Aphelios deck. It's very good at putting 1 or 2 strong threatening units on the board early and then just sitting back and waiting for you to do your thing. And if you don't want to do anything, they're really happy just taking a few chip and slowly getting there. And it's just so difficult to play into this deck with the amount of removal they have, with the threat Lux and Aphelios have when they come down with how much value and pressure they can generate, taking away your board while also just like generating massive amounts of value because their plans work with the game plan you want to be doing already, combined with challenger units to just make it really hard for Rebellion to get his engines down. Just all of this making the game state extremely hard to navigate for Rebellion, while Matty24 Mayo kind of just gets to sit back and slowly advance his game state and slowly get to the point where he overpowers.
Yeah, and we did see the Comet picked up off of that Solari Priestess, and the Sunfumes came out a little bit later to trim this board down and take that Broadwing Protector off. Unfortunately, this Victor is likely going to go down as well. Lots of options available for Mathy here. Can go for the Concerted Strike, or can just wait and then go single combat into Comet to get around a potential spell shield. Doesn't need to, though. Has the Sunburst here. This is going to deal with any potential combat tricks as well. And Rebellion digging. Found it!
Fine. What a good player.
Good players find the cards they need when they need them. This is going to let them go in for a spooing, potentially. They didn't see a Pale Cascade come out last turn, and actually don't want to. Not going to risk it.
Yeah. Deciding to play around tricks, which is fair. This Victor isn't doing a whole lot attacking, and if he dies, then you're in a very bad position. So I can respect not attacking. No reason to throw the game here, and the attack does not win the game.
That is very true. Victor can and will end the game in a single swing if you let him. So Rebellion doing their best to just sit back, let the Victor get stronger, build up time after time after turn with his augments, with the Hex Core. We'll see if he opts to play it here or decides to go in for something else. But from the side of Mathy, Aphelios now found can be played this turn.
Yeah, and we're always just playing the Hex Core here as Rebellion. I imagine we're just taking this bit of time now to kind of figure out what we exactly think is in Mathy's hand, figure out how we want to play our turn, and kind of just like, what is our game plan moving forward?
And which weapon do you pick in this position, Card Gamer?
You probably just take Crescendo. You want to put on Pressure, and they don't have a follower down, which is like a little bit awkward. But yeah, Calibrum, I don't know. I don't like taking Calibrum because they didn't have a follower down, and if they don't play a follower, your Aphelios kind of just made like a useless card.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of stuck there, right? You can kill your own unit, but that feels really bad. And if you can't shoot your own unit, you're not cycling it. This deck plays very, very few followers, only 8, I believe. 8, not even. I think it's the 2 Scales of the Dragons, 3 Ballistic Bots, and then Eye of the Dragons, I suppose, and maybe some Station Archivists. So maybe 8 different units.
Yeah, so it's 10 units, if I'm seeing the list correctly. We have 3 Eye, 3 Bot, 2 Scales, as you mentioned, and then 2 Archivist.
Yes.
So yeah, we're a bit low on targets, and Mathy ended up being rewarded. There was a unit to target, but I don't know how much I love the Calibrum pick. I can understand the thought process of, if he plays out a unit, especially an Eye of the Dragon, I want to be able to shoot it, and then I want to be able to phase Graviton to stun the Victor to have a huge like tempo-focused open attack. And I really like that idea. However, I think it gets a bit awkward if your opponent ends up just playing like a Heimerdinger there, and you're pretty unhappy. Well, Heimerdinger isn't awful, but if your opponent doesn't have like units to play, I don't think you're in a very happy spot.
Now the question is, what do you do on this turn? Because your opponent is threatening to deal a lot of damage potentially with this ambush here. And they do have priority on you.
I feel like you don't have to be too worried right now as Matty24 Mayo. You have 2 strike spells. One of them is the Concerted, which is like very likely to go through on this Victor, or force a lot of resources. And on top of that, you also have the Hush. So right now, I feel like you aren't in a position where you're very pressured to remove the Victor, and you're allowed to work a bit on advancing your own game plan and putting on a lot of pressure, making your opponent overextend first and force their resources. So when you do decide to deal with Victor, it's a lot safer and feels more guaranteed.
And that time trick picked up a Lee Sin, meaning that Rebellion now has 2 threats on the board. This is kind of where this deck wants to be at. Now Mathy has to choose which one does he Comet, or is he just going to go in for the Concerted Strike?
So going for the Concerted Strike on Victor seems a little questionable right here. Just being a bit weak to the Twin, since we are light on tricks on Matty's side. I'm a much bigger fan of this Graviton here, probably on the Lee Sin, and then commenting the Victor, I would imagine.
Does have Hush to deal with the Victor, but and this is second Victor. So I think no matter which way he opts to do it, he's going to end up accomplishing what he set out to do. That said, I do agree with you, Card Gamer. I think this Gravitum into the Comet is a little bit better overall. Instead, I'm actually going to disagree with us and go for the Comet onto the Lee Sin.
So I'm guessing Matty24 Mayo is saying, this is fine, Hush will deal with Victor, I don't want him messing up my tempo, I don't want him resetting my champions and removing my champions. Which, you know, it makes a good bit of sense. I don't know how much I love this Graviton. Well, I guess it's fine. If it gets notified, this Victor isn't evasive and we just give up a 2-2, I don't mind it. Because the Hush isn't great this turn. It's a bit weak to protection. But they can't kill the Aphelios and protect the Victor. Okay, this is very well planned out turn by Matty, doing his best to navigate around the Twins.
Yeah, it still has Gravitum for
still maintains his board.
So yeah, still has Gravitum for this attack phase here, and as we've already mentioned, the deck from the side of Rebellion has very, very few minions to counter. Does, of course, have the double Nopify in hand, so it's going to get stopped in its tracks, but still, we can set up a board wide enough with this Broadwing Protector just to pull it out of the way, and this looks like it's going to be the end for Rebellion in Game 1.
Well, it's not quite the end yet. The Iterative will do a bit to stall, and it's very hard for Matty to attack into this Victor if he isn't presenting lethal, because the lifesteal is a huge, huge pain in the ass.
Yes, it is. We'll see if what Rebellion decides to Iterative in this position. I guess it has to be the Goat. The Priest is not going to do a whole lot. Could be the Broadwing Protector. It's an option as well.
I would imagine he takes... It could be the Goat, but I would think the Broadwing is maybe a little bit better. Because the Broadwing doesn't trade with the Broadwing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they can just like drag the Goat with the Broadwing. But that might not matter.
They always have to drag the Victor if they're going to try for a lethal push here, right?
But if you play a unit, they can't lethal though, right?
Maybe.
Can they? Well, maybe
Depends.
with Crescendum and another unit.
Yeah, it depends what gets spat out of this Crescendum here.
Yeah. Okay, so we like to go with the Goat. I like playing I think the Goat, even though it does trade with the Broadwing, if they elect to do that, I think it's pretty good. Getting the Faded proc for Victor is pretty nice on top of, like, it's a +1/1 anyways because you're healing, and it's a additional +1 from Augment.
Yeah, I like it as well.
This gem is a +3/+2 actually, right?
Yeah, that's true. The gem is worth quite a fair bit with the Faded.
Yeah. Which I think that matters more than any semblance of preserving board at this point, you could argue. But it's a really tough spot, especially having so few cards in hand on the side of Rebellion.
As Rebellion, you really do just need to keep this Victor alive. This is going to get met with a deny if it does come out. I understand why Mathy might go for it. We've already seen one deny, and they did have to fish for it last time. So reconsidering, since wants to keep my options open. I want to keep my options open. Maybe I still go for the aggressive line, and he's gonna take it.
Yeah, going for the tempo-oriented line, seeing if he can try and force the lethal here, and Rebellion saying, no, please do not force the lethal here. And I'm interested to see what Mathy decides to do. See if he deems he even has an attack.
Probably just pass back here would be my guess, but then you're feeling pretty risky into this Victor going into its own attack token.
Yeah, it's really scary going into this Victor now, especially having already used the Hush to not even present a lethal. I understand why Matty wanted to get him off the field, especially with the fact that since Victor has so many keywords now, his chances of rolling Spell Shield have gone up by a significant amount. However, hushing that Victor when we can't guarantee the removal is very scary because this Victor is a menace, and if we cannot remove him, it's pretty much the only way we can lose this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Notably, there is no Overwhelm in this deck, so the Lee Sin not as big of a threat, which is ironic for a Lee Sin deck. We're so used to him killing us from 100 to nothing. Well, you can't do that when you're in P and Z because you can't grant Overwhelm, and if you can't do that with Lee Sin, you got to do it with Victor.
Yeah, Lee Sin is very much just a support tool in this deck. You know, he messes with your opponent's tempo, especially if they're a mid-rangey deck. He makes it hard for them to get on the board. And the 4 damage isn't irrelevant. Certainly not irrelevant, but 4 damage each turn is going to be, at this point, less than what this Victor is most likely going to do in a turn.
I have to agree with you. Solari Priest is not what you want to see here. We might be in a really weird board state where you end up going for all your for both your strike spells here as the only way to kill him. Of course, we can see that will be punished by the deny available to the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean the single can't even get big enough to threaten the Victor, can it?
If you go concerted strike first and then single second, or I guess you would put single on the stack first so it resolves, but with Caster Vision, we can see there is both a deny and a Twin Disciplines to answer.
And actually electing to just hold the deny and go for the twin.
Yeah, this beats out more things, I think, at the end.
This does... Yeah, Victor's at 5. Yeah, I guess Victor is still decently safe.
Go ahead and deny this now. Drop the bot afterwards. Victor has regen, so he's going back up to that full 9 HP, and he's gonna OTK at Mathy on his next swing.
Yeah, Twin's good. I don't know how I missed the Victor regen. Yeah, okay. Twin makes a lot of sense. Very smart play by Rebellion.
Comet found, though. We'll see. Can he roll Spell Shield? It's a 1 in 6 at this point, I think. Roughly.
Cannot roll Spell Shield.
Scout is good, but not when your opponent has a Comet. Rebellion feeling sad because they were so close to getting back into this game, and now they're so far. Gotta find a new Victor and get him set up all over again. I'm not sure how you ever come back from this.
Yeah, and with this, I have to think that Rebellion is no longer able to turn the corner.
Mathy's still at full HP, the bot gone, no Victor in hand, no Lee Sin, no Heimerdinger. I don't know. I gotta agree with you, Card Gamer. It's gonna be a struggle.
Yeah, and not even an engine to keep this eye going. We'll see what the time trick can pull a miracle. But, I don't know. Do you skip here, or do you just take iterative for the eye?
What were our options?
Oh, I forget. You cannot see. It was iterative, twin, and I want to say mystic shot.
Oh, I think I skip and hope for a high roll. I think I need to find third Victor.
And we ended up getting this Archivist.
Which I think I'm still pretty happy about because it's going to get me on board and at least let me dig for another time trick or a deep meditation or something. But
unfortunately, none of that. And I think we just saw what ended up, as we discussed happening earlier. Matty just had all of the removal and just kept removal checking Rebellion until he said, all right, man, I'm out of threats. You got it.
Yes, he did. Did a very good job of navigating that game, as we was a little bit lucky to find double Sunburst in the opener, but was very smart to hang on to it and leverage it against his opponent's deck, which is so champion focused. Then, of course, picked up a Comet, 2 Comets, so a little bit of luck there too, but good players are lucky when it matters.
That is definitely the case. It's better to be lucky than good. Hopefully you can do both, but you can only be one.
Man, people say that, but I'm telling you, luck is a skill. If you watch somebody who's good, they are consistently lucky when it matters. It's a skill just as much as anything else. Just like when you're going to make a D&D character, you can spec points into luck, or like an MMO character, you can do it in real life too. You just hidden points.
Maybe. I guess you're trying to say, call on my teammate Loser Beam for when it mattered the most against the Stromboli's. He had some of the worst hands I've ever seen in the Legends of Runeterra video game.
Not a good player, obviously.
Guess so. Unlucky.
Loser Beam, terrible player. Not good at all. Definitely not somebody that makes me afraid to play against on ladder. Afraid to queue into on ladder. Definitely not spooked of loser.
Anyways, speaking of good players, Matty 24 May on Rebellion, getting into game 2. It looks like both players have pretty strong openings, doing exactly what they want to do. Matty going ahead, playing his Caitlyn on 3, starting to shuffle the flash bombs into the deck, having the Tri-Beam in hand to stack up. And for the side of Rebellion, got the eye down, got the bot down, got an engine, got a stabilizer tool, and even able to play the Victor. And using the Nopify on the Piltover Peacemaker, deciding to keep Victor safe, out of flock range, keep some flash bombs out of the deck, and, I gotta agree with that call.
Yeah, I think it's a really heads-up play. The moment this Victor takes some damage, he becomes vulnerable to like half the removal spells in Mathy's deck. But if you don't let him take that damage in the first place, he's a lot safer. And it takes a lot more effort for Mathy to get in with it. One thing worth noting with the cast play merge, the Tri-Beam is going to... I guess it always kind of worked that way, didn't it? Even though it was denied, the Tri-Beam stacks up anyways, right?
Yeah, it's when it went on the stack.
Mm-hmm. So, something that was cleared up in the cast play merge, and that Aloof burns a deep med, yeah. Second one found, though.
Another one to replace it. No worries on the side of Rebellion. Here's Rebellion, you're probably pretty happy to just, start firing off these fleeting spells, start leveling up Victor, start buffing your augment units. All that good stuff we've come to know and love over the past month of Legends of Runeterra gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Victor getting tough is going to be helpful against those flash bomb traps. Of course, if multiples go in and pop off on him, he'll still take the damage because they stack that way, but stops him from being too worried about individual traps.
Yeah, certainly. And speaking of needing multiple traps to hit Victor, I don't think this is something that we need to be particularly worried about on the side of Rebellion. Having the Sump Beams in hand, we're in a very good position to be able to, just remove one of these champions. Now, I think this is such a big upgrade to the deck, having this as opposed to just Mystic as your removal suite. I feel so much more comfortable as Rebellion in this matchup, having that in my hand.
Which champion would you look to remove, Card Gamer? Would it be the Caitlyn or the Ezreal?
So it's a bit of a tricky call, right? Right now, the Caitlyn is obviously representing more damage, just being like a 3-attack unit.
Mm-hmm.
But we have good ways to block it with the eye, and the flash bomb shouldn't be too annoying. Whereas like Ezreal is a true win condition, and the Mystic shots he generates can definitely be annoying as they can proc tough. So I would probably be a bit inclined to shoot Ezreal, but getting a bunch of flash bombs in your deck isn't anything to like scoff at, you know? They definitely add up.
Caitlyn becomes a win condition of her own as well, in my experience. It just takes a little while to get there. I think I would go after Caitlyn, and I would probably be... I actually don't know how many ambush are in this deck, so assuming I have multiple ambush in this deck, I think I might burn the ambush to go after the Ezreal there, and go after the Caitlyn with the Sun Fumes.
Yeah, I actually think that's a pretty good line. If we ambush the Victor, right? So he goes on Ezreal. Ezreal can't damage the Victor. It's really hard for them to deal that 5 damage, especially because it would have to be in one instance to just be 5 since we have tough, right? To remove Victor, just a huge nuisance for them to deal with. And on top of that, the Caitlyn is one of their best like pressure and tempo tools. And once we remove the Caitlyn, we can actually feel really free to swing these Dragonlings in and start being very aggressive.
And here comes the Tri-Beam.
But nope, here comes the Fated Victor, baby.
It is a Tri-Beam for 5, and that's a Ruined Rex. Did that card get buffed? I don't remember it being a 4/4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it got buffed. I think it was a 3/3 before. I don't remember.
I think it was a 3/3, and it only did up to 5. So, buffed, but still not very good, unfortunately. Definitely a cool card to see show up, though.
Yeah.
Got some nice card art there.
Okay. We just need a deck where we can draw 6 fleeting cards on turn 5, and then it'll be good.
Yep. Yeah, we'll just have to... It is technically possible, I think, if you go turn 4 and you play the Brash Gambler alongside 2 pick-a cards. Not quite doable. You can play 1 pick-a card and the Brash
Gambler. Pick-a cards. Just play all your pick-a cards on turn 4, so you get big Rex. It's a good line.
Great line.
You don't even need Rex in hand, dude. You draw 7 cards. Yeah. You're gonna hit him. It's fine.
Back to the game at hand, though, and away from theoretical situations that are probably never going to occur. This Victor has gotten stunned up by the Arachnoid Sentry. And the second Tri-Beam is now at 3. Still out of Flock range, but Flock Mystic can threaten.
Yeah, this is a really interesting position in the game. Like, it's really kind of just both players posturing a bit. Just trying to figure out, you know, how am I going to actually win this game? We have some big threats that are a bit interactable, but, like, how do we actually close this game?
So Aloof burned the second Tri-Beam there. That's got to feel good if you're Rebellion. But now this Victor is weak to a Flock, and he's going to go down, so suddenly you're feeling pretty bad.
We can actually keep this Victor alive if we want to.
Can we?
Oh, no, we can't. Ambush nerf feels bad, man.
Oh, wait. I can't count. He's at 4 health now. Flock's not going to kill him quite yet.
Oh, yeah, and tough. Yeah, nah, he's good.
He's chilling. Heimer picked up. That's a good hit off of our time trick.
Yeah. Heimer will be really good, especially if they end up removing these threats at creating the opportunity to stall out the game. Ooh, and that's a really nice pickup.
So I actually...
We can't throw it on Ezreal, right? Like, we can, but it's a bit suspect. I do not like this one.
I actually think that the time trick last turn was a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I don't love the time trick, and I'm even less in love with the Sun Fumes. Oh, and Matty lets it go. I'm kind of surprised that Matty didn't decide to try and flip the Ezreal.
He has third Ezreal, and yeah, you know what?
The Mystic Shot was the third Ezreal. Okay, that makes sense then.
I still think it might have been correct to go in with the Flock just to flip the Ezreal and then say, haha, you have to do more to get me.
Oh, you needed to Mystic Flock to flip it, Monty. That's why I decided not to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've been hovering this and it's not showing me, so I just kind of assumed it was almost there.
No, you're good. I was having that issue when I was spectating Sonic. But, yeah.
What's the option here? Strength in numbers? Kind of bog.
Yeah, I would imagine strength in numbers, but give it all isn't bad, especially if you can get this Ezreal down. I believe Rebellion's on 2 Stomp Fumes, so this Ezreal should be pretty safe. And, you know, if you make a board of 4/4 elusives, I think you're in a pretty okay spot.
I think you have to be. But you're kind of dying next turn. Unless you top deck your... You need to top deck, like, pretty much exactly Scorched Earth, right? Or Second Flock will do it, I guess. A lot of burn will do it.
Scorched Earth will do it, but Second Flock would lose to a Twin, actually. Because of the faded keyword.
You're right. And here's the Twin, and that was only one Flash Bomb trap.
Speaking of tough, man, this keyword has carried this game so incredibly hard for Rebellion. The amount of work it is doing is absolutely insane. I would think if you're Rebellion, you just have to ship it here.
Yeah, just open attack.
Do the ambush, and, you know, you ship it. Well, I don't know if we're supposed to ambush.
Wants to guarantee kill. Okay. I can see this.
I guess this is fine, because we top decked the...
Mystic Shot, yeah.
Yeah. And we're beating Scorched. I can dig it.
I like it. I like it a lot, actually. I'm a big fan of that play. So Rebellion's going to take our set back to 1-1 in the semifinals here. We got a game 3 on our hands.
Yes, we most certainly do. And I did question a couple of Rebellion's plays, but it looks like he had things all under wraps. The main thing I was against was, like, maybe we flipped the Ezreal, but I'm guessing our friend had a good hand read and, you know, decided this Sump, it almost always goes off. It almost always kills Ezreal. And, you know, he was right.
Right indeed.
Going into the final game of this set, we have Jace Lux versus Tribeam. And while most people, myself included, in fact, would think this is Tribeam favored, right? Flock beat Demacia, easy clap, normal story of life. I don't think this is actually the case after seeing this matchup played a bit earlier, looking at some stats, and talking to some people. Even, I know Dave Bo is of the belief that this is actually a Lux Jace favored matchup, because you just play 3/3s, and remember that cool Slump Fumes card I was talking about, deals 3 damage? Tribeam doesn't play those 3 damage cards, so these 3/3s are a pain for them to deal with.
Yes, it certainly is. And Dave Bo, he was on the cast. He came out to help me out last night, and he did say the exact same thing when we got a chance. I think we got a chance to look at one of these matchups. If not, we might have just been talking about it to fill some time. But it does look like this is starting off pretty well for Rebellion. Taking the Caitlyn out as well as the 2/2 Spider feels pretty good.
Yeah, removing the Caitlyn as a Demacia, as any deck that plays units, has to feel great. If you're not playing units, I mean, removing a 3/3, not taking 3 is pretty good, but as this super board-based deck, we're trying to play out all these 3/3s and be good against 2 damage removal spells. No flash bombs in the deck is a really good way to keep these guys off of 2 HP. But I wonder what is the optimal play from Rebellion here. He's staring down a Spiderwing and a mana advantage from his opponent, and he elects to actually develop into it. Says, yeah, you have a mana advantage, but I care about getting down on the board, and elects to do it with Pharaoh's Financier.
And that's a pretty good pickup, especially for this matchup. If you ever find an opportunity to get it off on one of your champions, I think you have this game on lock.
That's actually an anomaly. He chose the anomaly over an assembly line, and the last card wasn't very great. I want to say it was an unlicensed innovation.
Okay.
Or something equally middling.
I think I would take the anomaly in that spot as well. With 2 assembly lines in hand already, you feel pretty good about that one, right, Card Gamer?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's not a 3/3 at the end of the day. And, you know, our Jace Lux, DJ Lux Enjoyer himself, you know, rumors that this is arguably the Dave Bo pile Lux Jace. That man, you know, he says play 3/3. So I see a 3/3, I might pick a 3/3, but Anomaly also makes a lot of sense. You know, you can't really argue against taking a card like that where there's a lot of upside to it.
And I really like that Thermal Beam from Mathy. It's just going to protect his Ezreal. It feels bad because it's not removing the unit altogether, but this Broadwing's not doing a whole lot as an 0-1 now. It's going to stick around and potentially wait for a Fort Demacia that I would imagine is available in this list. Dave Bo's a big advocate for it, and with the assembly lines and whatnot.
Oh yeah, we're certainly gonna have access to Fort Demacia, but not in the main. We're gonna access it through, our favorite 3/3 Vanguard Sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
More 3/3s for the 3/3 god himself.
That's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Not a card you see every day. Definitely a funny one.
Yeah. Mega Inferno Bomb, maybe one of the most, disingenuous cards in the game. There's nothing mega about this card. It deals 2, man.
It mega blows.
I can't argue with that once. You made a good point there.
Thanks, Card Gamer. I tried real hard with that one. It took a lot of my brain power. There's not much remaining. Broadwing's going to come down here to, once again, try and threaten this Ezreal, but Built Over Peacemaker's going to say, nah, that's okay. Actually waiting.
Yeah, and I think waiting is fine. Yes, you lose out on the ability for a Flash Bomb to hit, but at the end of the day, this deck's called Tri-Beam. We don't have a Tri-Beam in hand, so I don't mind Matty just trying to wait a little bit longer and just milk every little bit of value he can get out of that Tri-Beam when he finally decides to show up.
I was going to ask if you ever Iceborne Legacy there, and it looks like Rebellion might have been considering it. You have 2 Broadwings on the board. It's really funny. I don't think it's good.
Okay, so hear me out. You are supposed to Iceborne Legacy there, but you don't Iceborne Legacy Broadwing.
The Forge Workers.
Yeah. You have 4 Forge Workers in hand, Monty.
I can get behind that. I think I can get behind that. Why is nobody playing Iceborne Legacy Jace, by the way?
I think some people are. I think if you look deep enough, you can find it. Do you want to be playing those people's Iceborne Legacy Jace? I mean, you can tell me, but I don't think I want to be playing it.
I think it's time for a Monty pile to make an appearance.
Iceborne Legacy Jace is the Monty pile. Watch out! You heard it here for.
No. It's not me Fizz. Let's be real. It's not me Fizz. That's my pile.
Yeah. But you never know when you can go for a rebranding. Just saying.
Yeah.
You could be the Iceborne Legacy Jace guy. I'm just saying.
That's fair. That's fair. I could be. But here we see a Pharaoh's Financier come out, and this time it is the real one.
It's the real thing.
Okay, good. That is a really strong card. That's a Construct of Desolation, right?
I think that's what the card's called. It's Servitude of Desolation.
Servitude of Desolation. I was really close. That might actually be a really good card this turn, which is so funny. There's no Scorched Earth in hand. That's really funny.
Mm-hmm. Depending on how Matty elects to play this turn, it certainly could be a very powerful card, but I'd imagine he plays it a bit reserved, and it ends up being kind of middling this turn. And it looks like Rebellion just doesn't even consider it, sign to tap out, and just take his lumps and build a big board.
Man, I wanted to see a Servitude of Desolation played out. I was really hyped for it.
All did. Ooh, and the True Shot Barrage is actually going to be a very big pickup on this board. It's going to do a lot to trim the board down, be able to threaten a 3/3, threaten the 4/2 Challenger, and knock the Broadwing down to a point where it's pretty irrelevant.
I like it a lot as well. The other options weren't that good. We did see a Weapons of the Lost, I believe, and I forget the final option. But for all of our lovely viewers, we do have an update from the other side of the bracket. Sonic Holic had a quick 2-0 against Lysergic Acid. I do see them in chat as well. Sonic, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing your lineup in the finals.
You cannot hold down the Zoomers.
Wait. Did the anomaly just turn into a Fort Demacia? Is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think so.
Bro, you didn't even need your 3/3, man. We have a Fort Demacia rally in Jace Lux, apparently.
Yes, we do.
Mathy opting to shoot down some of these units from Rebellion's side, considering how much he wants to commit.
And I would think you just shoot off both spells.
Yeah. I think
I'm
you just
guessing
shoot off all
deciding-
3, right? You just clear this
Yeah.
board right down.
Deciding between if he wants to shoot 2 or 3.
And if you're Rebellion, you got to be a little bit upset seeing this.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit upset, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's too big of a problem. You get out a lot of resources. They're on quite a small hand. You have the Concerted Strike, you know, to deal with an Ezreal. You have the ability to refill. You have a rally to put the pressure on. Really, the only thing you have to be worried about is the Captain Farron.
Mm-hmm. Which, of course, we can see is in the hand.
Yeah, and it's certainly scary to have that in the hand, but if we can just get, you know, one big unit to combine with these Forge Workers, like a Jace, to Concerted Strike the Farron, we will be in a really solid position.
Oh, rally not opted to... the rally was held there. And we don't need a big unit because we found a Mystic Shot, so we can use that instead.
That will certainly work in a pinch. Get the job done.
Could have also
Yeah.
gone double Concerted if we really had to, but Concerted plus Mystic, hopefully going to be enough for Rebellion here. And Dave Bo is validating you in the chat. Card Gamer says that he probably would have taken the 3rd assembly line there.
Based. I
And
bet he would have used Iceborne Legacy on the Forge Workers
Yep.
too.
Giga Chad base.
Giga Chad, Dave Bo. This is why it's Dave Bo pile.
Yep. It is indeed why it's become Dave Bo pile.
But yeah, anyways, Rebellion just trying to figure out the best line. I'm assuming he's also settling on that he needs to Concerted here and Mystic.
Yep.
One thing I would imagine he's considering is if he wants to Concerted this Caitlyn.
I think
I actually don't hate.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. I don't really want to give up this Forge Worker. I either want to take the damage or I want to Concerted the Caitlyn.
I think I would much rather Concerted the Caitlyn than give up a Forge Worker here.
Yeah. I think I might be okay taking that damage too, but then you're getting really low. With the 2 Decimates in hand, it gets kind of spooky.
Yeah, I understand they're scared of an Ezreal, but I don't think we're allowed to respect the Ezreal that much, and yeah, we need to start putting on pressure. Like, if they draw into an Ezreal ever, we're pretty much dead since they have 2 Decimates. So I feel like we need to be, you know, trying to kill them.
And here comes the assembly line number 2. Gonna be played out here.
Oh man, but like, imagine if these were 5/5s. We wouldn't have even needed to Mystic the Fair and Monty.
Right? Right?
Ah.
And we wouldn't have been baited into the Fort Demacia line when it was really bad for us.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true. It's true. It is
And
true.
if we took the assembly line first, we couldn't have made 5/5s. So,
Yeah.
you know.
No. We take the 5/5s. We're happy with it.
Yeah.
I love how much we're trying to rationalize this Iceborne Legacy line, which is like pretty clearly not the correct line.
I mean, I don't know, man. We did have 2 assembly lines in hand.
It was really close.
It was a lot of 5/5s.
It is a lot of 5/5s. It's definitely a streamer line, if nothing else.
You say it's a streamer, man.
I think it's still,
We had the forge down. I'm just saying.
made better use of our mana that turn as well. Because we ended up burning 3 mana the turn that we played. We burned 3 mana when we popped the forge. The forge ended up being completely worthless.
Yeah.
I actually think it was the correct line, but
Just saying.
it's so weird. Like, to actually consider that, you'd have to be thinking like differently and like have as much access and as much information as we did have.
Oh yeah.
That 3rd Caitlyn as well.
It's certainly not an easy line to decide on, but I think it would have been the correct line. I think it's outstatting. It's good. And yes, this is the 3rd Caitlyn, I believe.
Well, now we're gonna go ahead and use our Unyielding Spirit to kill the Caitlyn, right?
Yeah, I would
Yep,
imagine we have to.
I like
But
this.
unfortunately,
I
I
mean,
believe Mathy does have the response in hand, and is just gonna end the set
yeah,
right here.
does look that way. Yep, gonna go ahead and answer. Oh, doesn't even care. Is just gonna,
Stigma.
yeah, he's just gonna go for the decimate here instead.
Yeah, just ending the game.
Decimate, decimate, mystic shot. Doesn't
Sean,
matter.
what's
My
up?
Caitlyn's dead.
Yeah, I wonder if he sends the Mystic here to show him it's over.
Opted to hold it.
Deciding not to. We'll show him now. And take us into the grand finals. You know, we have Zoomer Sonic Holic, Ezheimer, Aphelios, some good old, what the people want. Good, nice 30-second TikTok meme clip decks versus, Matty 24 Mayo. We got All Reliable, we got Tribeam, we got Sivir Action, we got Lux, Aphelios. We're here to play some Runeterra to interact with each other. That good stuff. And Sonic said, haha, I kill you, Fizz go burr, Ezreal go burr, Sion go smash. And I'm excited to see that.
I too am excited to see that. I am a big fan of Sonic's lineup. Physical Burr is my favorite thing to do in this game, and he's
Oh
been
yeah,
piloting it very, very well.
most certainly.
It's always nice to see decks that you enjoy being piloted by players you consider to be better than you, so that way you can learn from them. But you know where else you can learn? At MasteringRuneterra.com, where we have so many wonderful articles. Some are written by myself, some are written by Card Gamer, some are written by plenty of others. We have all kinds of articles for all kinds of things, and it is definitely the spot. If you want to advance your deck guide, your gameplay, and pick up a new deck, maybe we have all sorts of deck guides available to you with a premium subscription that will also unlock the ability to play in these tournaments alongside some of these fantastic players. They are going to be running every single day up until the seasonals. And don't worry if you can't subscribe, because we do have a couple tournaments that are available to everybody. Those will be up on Sundays as well. But
Yeah.
our grand finals is looking pretty hot here.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited to get into our grand finals match. These are, two players who have quite a bit of name recognition in the Runeterra scene. Uh, I'm pretty sure Matty24 Mayo has topped seasonals or two. Not 100% sure on that, but I know they are certainly a player with many tournament tops under their belt from grassroots. This is a player who, from pretty much when I started getting into the competitive scene, I've seen them in tournaments doing well, making top cuts, showing people they're a good player. And Sonic, he isn't as tenured of a player, but starting probably about 6 or 8 months ago, around the start of the Bandlewood season, Sonic started putting out a big name for himself. He has some seasonal top cuts. He has some pretty big tournament places. I think he has an OLS win as well. Certainly a player to be on the lookout for, and he's always playing a lot of these really unique off-the-cuff decks. I remember he was really big on Lux Shellfolk. I know that was a deck we talked about and worked on a little bit when it first came up, and I'm pretty sure he actually brought that to his first seasonal top cut as well. So definitely an exciting player to look at, especially if you like these really new and interesting and unique and creative decks that he's brought tonight and brings in the past.
Yeah, definitely a strong player and a very nice guy as well. I've had the pleasure of interacting with him a few times myself. Very polite, very well spoken. Nice guy for sure. Looks like our players are maybe taking a second or two here in between the top cuts. So we'll take this opportunity to run through their deck lists a little bit. You guys have seen them a fair bit at this point, but here is one of my favorite lists. Aphelios, Fizz Go Burr, It Kill You, Card Gamer. Anything stand out in this list?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that stands out in this list the most is the ratioing of the Papercraft Dragon and the Rainbow Fish. I think the amount that each player elects to go on that really tells you how they like to feel out and play this matchup. Players that want to go more on the Papercraft Dragon are much more interested on going on this really fast Fizz combo line, whereas players who are more interested in going on the Rainbow Fish line, they care a bit more about like Face Swarm. Maybe we put this on a Lantern, or we play Aphelios value and we just throw this on Aphelios and it helps him get over the top. So I think that's a really interesting point to look at for these Fizz Aphelios lists.
Yeah, definitely. I picked up on the inclusion of the Flame Spitter. I know Drizzoth and Cephalopod, two other top players who have been messing around with this list in recent times, have actually cut it from their own list. So Sonic including it makes me think maybe I should give it another go in mine. I tend to just net deck people who I respect, and I certainly respect all three of those players. And then I go from there and I kind of tweak the list to come up with my own. But here's another net deck list. This is Broken Ball's Ezreal Heimerdinger list that has been popping up all over the place. And this very much just wants to play for that early board-based aggression and then transition into either an Ezreal burn lethal or just a Heimerdinger complete takeover. How do you feel about this deck, Card Gamer?
So this is a deck me, and I'm assuming most people aren't too familiar with, being a very new deck, just busting out on the scene right hot off of the play cast merge. Ezreal and Heimerdinger are both taking advantage of that. And, I'd be lying to you if I told you this deck hasn't been incredibly impressive. I've only seen very strong players pilot it, to be fair. But the deck has looked extremely good, a lot of skill expression, a lot of power, and I think you're just taking advantage of one of the best cards in the format right now, Flame Chompers. It's great against Sundisk, it's great against Pantheon, it's pretty solid in a lot of other spots just to like push tempo or be a chump blocker in a pinch. And playing this discard synergy helps you dig through your deck, and it lets you use super powerful tempo cards like the Electro Harpoon.
And then I'm going to go ahead and run us through these last couple decks, this last deck from Sonic and Mathy's lineup rather quickly because these players have appeared to have gotten into the ban phase. This is a pretty standard Draven Scion list. I'm pretty sure it's the exact one last night's winner played. What am I played? I don't think there's a single card difference here. The one of Survival Skills, the two Aloof Travelers, the two Captain Farron. This plays a little bit more mid-rangey and a little bit less burny, which is kind of how Sion had ended up the previous metagame it existed. And then from the side of Mathy Tumeo, we have Akshan Sivir. This is a pretty standard list. The one Cataclysm, two Golden Aegis has kind of become the norm. There is some Screeching Dragons in here as the top end instead of the Vicar and Bruisers, and a Radiant Guardian just to help out against that aggro. Of course, Quicksand and a one Rite of Negation, making it quite powerful. Aphelios Lux, this is a deck we've seen a couple times. Sunburst being a very powerful card alongside the cast play merger changes with Lux. And the final deck is the Ezreal Tribeam deck that we just got to see. You guys all know and love this one. And the players have gotten into game. And it's Mathy versus Sonic. And we do get to see this Sivir Akshan list up against the Aphelios. And now there are still two Sharp Sights being run in this list. Sharp Sight having gone from the most staple card in Demacia to being one that people have started to experiment cutting, from what I've seen. Card Gamer, how do you feel about the cuts to Sharp Sight?
So I think Sharp Sight cut is really interesting, and it certainly depends on your access to other combat tricks and how useful they are. In a deck like Scouts, I really don't think you can get away from running it. You need your combat tricks to be slightly aggressive. You need them to be cheap to fit your curve. There isn't really anything to replace your Sharp Sights with. And blocking elusives in a pinch is really nice. In a deck like Sivir Akshan, we can transition into stuff like Quicksand, we can transition into stuff like Shapestone. We can arguably even run Shield with Durand, because if our units get challenged if our Sivir and Akshan get challenged in combat, they're not worth it. I think they don't have access to the Shurima tricks, but I think Lux Aphelios can function on a similar axis. They also use it really well with cards like Petricite Broadwing. So I'm a fan here. But I don't think it's the move for every pick.
Yeah, actually no Shield of Durand in this list to replace it. I think that it was the slot was cut to make room for that Rite of Negation based on what I've normally seen available in these decks. Fizz going to go down to this Petrosite Broadwing. And that feels bad if you're Sonic-holic. Fizz is definitely one of the main ways this deck wants to win. But now your Assistant Librarian can get set up, and that feels pretty good.
Yeah, having the Assistant Librarian down and having it being able to open attack and pressure, making your opponent commit a trick if they want to trade with this, is all pretty good. However, I am definitely worried about Sonic's ability to create a winning presence on the board after giving up that Fizz. Fizz can be such an integral part of the game plan, especially when you can manifest or draw into cards like Papercraft Dragon that just make him so explosive.
And the combat trick going to get punished from the side of Mathy.
Yeah, Sonic just deciding to use the Guiding Touch cycle, get the Faded proc, and keep this body alive. And I think this is a really smart play by Sonic, just keeping units on board and trying to outboard his opponent in this Demacia match, which, I mean, you guys know Demacia, it's board-based.
Yeah, this deck does run the Fae package of Gleaming Lantern and Fae Sprout, as well as pretty much every other decent Fae card, so it can definitely contest the board. Grandfather Fae, of course, buffing up any other Fae unit played afterwards, and Gleaming Lantern making them so cheap means that you can swarm quite effectively. And looks like we were worried for Sonic for no reason, because he's a gamer. He's a little bit lucky. He's drawn into his second Fizz now as well.
Yeah, and second Fizz is certainly strong here, and I'm wondering what Sonic elects to do. Decides to go with the Fizz, and I feel like this Fizz play is a bit greedy. Our opponent, they are on 4 mana, but I feel like we should be respecting a Merciless Hunter. I understand he wouldn't be too upset if a Sivir gets played, but I am a bit worried about the Merciless Hunter. It may have just been worth it to lose the 1 point of mana.
Yeah, could have done that. Could have also just gone ahead and played this Conchologist here, just to give the action back and see what happens at that point. Gleaming Lantern without any phase in hand is also just a perfectly fine unit to put down on the board and say, if you want to make the trade, you can have the trade. We'll see.
Yeah. Another great point about playing the Gleaming Lantern down is it normally is such a high value card, as you were saying. Like, we can often bait our opponent into spending resources to facilitate the trade. If I was in Sonic's position, I would be very happy if my Lantern got tagged by a Merciless Hunter this turn.
I have to agree with you, Card Gamer. I'd rather give it the Lantern than the Fizz, as we've identified is kind of the way you want to get there at the end of the game. But we do have this Librarian. It might be a decent win. Well, it can be a decent win condition as well. Something good to slap an elusive unit onto.
Yeah, this Faded Librarian certainly can be a house, especially with elusive, becoming a card draw engine on top of just an incredibly potent threat. And let's see if Sonic can, find that Rainbow Fish and start enabling this win con, or an Aphelios, or hopefully something to start enabling this game plan and finding a way to build advantage. Because even though he looks to be in a pretty good spot right now, it's very scary to be playing against the Sivir Auction deck with the Warlord's Palace counting down.
Aphelios picked up. That's a good sign. It's not exactly what you want to be seeing, but it's pretty close to one of the best cards in your deck at this point. Nothing else is going to help you keep the pressure on and moving forward in your game plan like that.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with you, Monty. It isn't the card I want the most in this position. That would probably be a Rainbow Fish, but if we're taking a second, I'm very happy to see this Aphelios here, getting weapons to start controlling the board and keeping the game more at your pace, being able to throw an Overwhelm onto this massive Assistant Librarian, get some card draw, push some damage. It seems like some pretty good stuff that you're happy to be seeing if you're Sonic.
Absolutely. We will see what happens, how the rest of this game unfolds, and which player comes out ahead.
What would you pick here if you were Sonic, Monty? This is quite the tricky spot.
I think it would not have been Gravitum, actually. I think I probably would have just gone Calibrum and said, hey, if you have a combat trick, I want you to use it here. And then I can still chump block the 3/3. Because Calibrum then takes you into Infernum, which I can slap onto the Assistant Librarian to try and get a little bit more card draw going. If in the case we don't find a Rainbow Fish, but we did end up finding that Rainbow Fish, so Sonic just has a little bit of future sight here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this Sonic guy, he's like, he's a gamer, he's a zoomer, you know, you can't keep up with this man, you know? He understands that he will draw the cards when he needs them.
Mm-hmm. Knows he's a gamer for sure, especially tonight, all the way to the grand finals here. And looks like he's just going to go ahead and set himself up for this open attack. Yep, Rainbow Fish goes on to the Assistant Librarian. It's exactly what I expected to see here.
Yeah, and while Matty does have the Quicksand in hand, it is important to note that the Quicksand will not remove the elusive keyword since it is applied via an attack unit. And the Quicksand only hits the keywords on the base unit.
Mathy also showing himself to be a gamer here, finds the Akshan off of the Predict.
Yeah, the Akshan is going to be very nice. Getting down that Warlord's Horde is going to do a lot for Matty in terms of being able to advance himself towards a win condition. But I'm afraid it might be just a little bit too late with Sonic Holic making this huge elusive right now.
My strength is yours.
You cannot run from absolution. I don't need rules to know good from bad.
The Akshan level up coming through here means that the Warlord's Horde, I always get these mixed up, is gonna start ticking down to be able to give Mathy some value. But this is a big 11-7 here.
Yeah, and we can't quicksand it, but what does it do?
It takes
not much.
It takes the you need to use both your sharp sight and your quicksand here if you want to stop the draw, which is such a tough spot to be in. Sonic did a fantastic job of navigating himself into this position where he forces Mathy to take really awkward lines in response to his plays, and that's exactly what you want to be doing as the tempo deck.
Yeah, and I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, Monty. This position seems to be extremely well played out by Sonic. And I would think if you're Matty, you almost just are forced to let this go through, and you just have to try and figure out a way to set up your own attack to punish this. Because using the sharp sight and the quicksand this turn doesn't seem like the winning line for this game.
I have to agree with you.
It looks like Matty is getting right on it. I really like the Bright Steel this turn. Putting it on Akshan, advancing Akshan, going for the grappling hook to just turbo level this horde and find a win con. And I think Matty is playing this extremely well.
I like this a lot. This is the line that I probably would have gone for myself as well. We'll see if Sonic decides to protect this Aphelios or if he says, I've gotten enough value out of you at this point.
Yeah, and I'd be very interested to see what he decides to do. I think it would be a very disciplined decision of him to let this die and just say, I'm going to make sure my assistant librarian doesn't die to the concerted strike. But we will see what he does, because there is a lot of reason to want to get another Infernum, because as you mentioned, Monty, there is the sharp sight in hand, which can stop the elusive from hitting face and forcing the lethal.
Other way around. Yeah, the sharp sight will stop the elusive, yeah. It's been a long one for sure. And I do like that Sonic ended up letting the Aphelios go. I don't think the Aphelios is super critical to your game plan at this point. Mathy, though, finds another Akshan.
Yeah, the Akshans do not stop coming. And getting an Akshan here is a really great way to flip the horde. I wonder if Mathy ever decides it's time to try and end the game and goes for a horde flip.
I don't know. I don't think it's bad in this spot, but I don't know if you can actually close out. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the issue with going for the Horde flip is... Oh, well, you can do it without using the sharp sight. You just have to cannibalize a unit. So it might be worth it.
That might be worth it, yeah.
Because you can just like replace Brightsteel, Auction, and Grappling Hook. Yeah, he sees the line.
Looks like
And
he's
he
going
saves
for it.
the sharp sight. Yeah. Now, here's the really interesting thing, right? Do we try and kill this 9/7, or do we just ignore it and try and push as much damage and dig? Because we can go for like a vulnerable line and try and pull back a Merciless Hunter and strike this 9/7, or we can just try and push a lot of damage. I'm really curious to see what Mathy determines is the best line. Because while I could tell you we needed to pop the Horde, this decision's a bit trickier, and I'm really excited to see what this player decides on.
I like this. I think this makes sense. Trim the board down, trim your opponent's board down so yours can get through. And then when it does, it enables you, it forces the block off of the librarian, right? Because you're threatening to push lethal of your own. And then you can potentially target again afterwards.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And when we're going with this line, I would imagine we are going for the... I cannot remember the name. The draw 2 and reduce all cards by 1.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree with you on that as well.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Sonic deciding if he wants to commit the protection, keep his board wider. And elects not to, says I can use this Calibrum, I can refill my board. You most likely cannot kill me this turn, and let's see if he is correct.
Looks like he did go for the draw 2. That's a Sivir. That's 2 Sivers.
I know what I'm worth.
Gotta be pretty happy finding her.
Yeah, the Sivir is a very great pickup here. Probably won't be able to cast the second Sivir this turn, but that shouldn't be a big deal. Just putting on massive amounts of pressure to Sonic Holic, and he's gonna make him block down everything and really be scared of the Absolver. If Sonic has, if Matty has the Absolver here, it would just be lethal.
Time is money.
And what are our choices here, Card Gamer?
Okay, yeah. So on the side of Sonic, we have Otter, Scrap Heap, and Stress Defense, and actually elects to go with the Otter.
Sonic has been a big fan of the Otters, and there's good argument for all of the choices in that position, right? Stress Defense, you can save yourself potentially through an Absolver if that's a real concern. I forget what the second option was, but the Otter gives you good hand information and lets you know what you have to play around.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to how he ends up deciding to use this Otter. Electing to block the Sivir. Oh, I really like this block, right? Mathy is on what? Probably, he's on 2 Shapestone?
Yes.
Okay, so we do get a bit punished by Shapestone, but this does let us remove the Sivir, and it tries to bait out the Sharp Sight.
Yeah, and of course we have the Sunblessed Vigor in the hand, which would be okay even against the Shapestone, right?
Yeah, it would protect against the Shapestone.
But now
it's +3. Yeah.
Can we actually close this game?
I don't know how we're gonna get around this Sharp Sight, Monty, if I'm being 100% honest with you. But we will see. We do have the Spell Thief in the hand, which, they played the Fauna Power. There's a Spell Thief in hand. I've seen this one before. I'm just saying. I've seen how this goes.
It's true. We'll see if the Spell Thief can go ahead and find Sonic a crazy way to win this game.
I would think you would want a Pokey Face here to cycle. Yeah, and Sonic agrees. Deciding, gonna cycle, see what he can get, and then I would imagine he might just go for his... that's a way to win the game, Monty.
That is a great way to win the game. Yeah, now you're feeling pretty good about all of this.
Chua moment? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to play the Spell Thief. We most likely do not need the Spell Thief to win, but playing Fauna Power is fun, right?
Do you need the mana this turn is the real question. Like, because if you have the chance to high roll it, why not look for it, right? Before save your if it'll pay itself back immediately on the rainbow fish. If you don't need that one, if you do need that one mana for the rest of your turn, which it doesn't look like you do, then I don't know. I think maybe he should have looked for it just to see.
Yeah. It pays itself off immediately, right? If you hit Font of Power because you're pranking anyways.
You have 2 hits, right? Because it doesn't count that way anymore. It used to.
But Mathy hasn't played too many spells. They played Grappling Hook, Quicksand, Sharpsight, Shapestone, and the Auction spell. So, you have pretty good odds. You have like 50% to hit it.
Mm-hmm. Really good odds. And Sonic takes game 1.
Yeah, taking it down without even, doing the funny spell thief thing. I think Sonic is really putting on good case for these, Zoomer decks, for lack of a better term that I've been using.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's really what they are. At least when it comes to lore deck terminology, that's what they've become. These decks are decks that want to play fast. They don't look very standard. Just when you take a peek at them, you're like, how do these find the W? How do they get there? The Ezreal Heimerdinger one maybe is a little bit more straightforward. There's clear burn, there's clear win conditions. Heimerdinger does Heimerdinger things, but the rest of it looks weird for sure. And then, of course, Sion being the menace that he is always a major threat.
Yeah, most certainly. Sion is a huge powerhouse, but time to see what Sonic has. And, it's Zoomer time, baby. Heimer Ezreal. Let's see if Sonic can bring it home with, this new deck on the block.
And Mathy chose to run it back with the Sivir deck. How do you think this matchup is going to play out? If I had to guess, I would say it's probably Zoomer deck favored. I don't think Sivir is killing them fast enough, and I think they're going to be able to just do what they want to do in this.
Yeah, I would have to imagine the Zoomer deck has a slight edge. PZ removal tends to line up pretty well against this. And then they don't have the best ways of dealing with your Ezreal. They can decide to try and kill it on the stack or kill it with a sharp sight, but you can throw out a lot of burn at them and make it not easy. And speaking of throwing out burn, throwing out this Electro Harpoon onto discarding the Chompers and getting rid of that Auction. So this is huge. Not only are we getting rid of the Auction, slowing down their pressure by so much, slowing down their Warlord's Palace by so much, making their game a whole lot slower, but we are also getting the information that Mathy doesn't have Shapestone. Mm-hmm. And if they do have Shapestone in the future, it will be coming off of the top.
Yep, that is good information to have. And now Sonic offering this trade says, yeah, we can just keep our boards clear. I don't need mine to finish you. I have Ezreal, I have Heimerdinger. I can make infinite boards. You, on the other hand, do need to build a board. You do need to get through mine. And now I'd be curious to see if he just goes in for this get excited here.
Yeah, I would be pretty interested to see what he decides on doing. I would imagine you would maybe go for like a Conch first, maybe, or the Pharaoh's Financier, but I would imagine they both get played. And ooh, this Quicken is actually really nice.
I love that card. That card is so good when you find it off of the Conchologist.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. Chat cannot see my screen. Our options for the side of Sonic were Sumpwork, Map, Quicken, and Face Sprouts. And electing to go with the Quicken.
Yeah, Quicken just hits this moment so hard. Face Sprout, also a good option. Sumpworks Map, kind of cute, but not in this deck. So, I like the pickup from Sonic's side.
And playing the Financier, Pathways, Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Trash. And Sonic electing to go with the Pathway, say, one man's trash is another man's treasure, but, this is garbage. I want my cards.
So I made the mistake of picking Trash, and what I found is that my hand was just too full most of the time in that matchup. I've had matchups playing this deck where my hand is like empty by the time it gets there, but I had a Heimerdinger on the board already, and I was like, okay, I just have to, like, I just misplayed by picking the trash because I had the Heimer down, right? My hand just never emptied because I was just focused more on the Heimer units.
Yeah, and that makes a whole lot of sense. I was, actually in the MasteringRuneterra call today when we were playing ladder with Jason Florent, promo. He was playing this deck, and we had a situation where it was like similar to where we had the treasure trash. It actually almost ended up bailing us out, but for a really long time it was really awkward and clunky because our hand was so full. We were played against a grindy enough deck. We eventually emptied our hand and played it, and it almost got us there. But this is a real concern, right? And if we were playing against a deck who had a faster clock against us, it was a real possibility the treasure trash was just a dead card. And I think that's a really good point, a valid point you bring up, Monty. How this Pathways is probably just going to be a lot more reliable and just a lot more efficient for Sonic at getting him to his win con.
Just much easier to play out for sure, if nothing else. Don't have to wait as long, and can help you dig if you are put under pressure and need to find it out in a pinch.
Yeah, certainly. And, in a deck like this, you never have to worry about the activation cost. It's a 4-mana draw too, which, it's not great, but it's certainly not bad. Draw isn't very cheap in this game, as I'm sure we've all learned by now.
No, it's not. That this Broadwing is going to go after the Pharaoh's Financier after being buffed up by the Brightsteel Protector. And here we're going to see some spells cast to potentially remove it.
Yeah. That was almost a mistake. We almost did this the other way.
And Sonic has a hard read on no buff spells, I guess. Says, I'm going to keep my board.
Yeah, I like this, right? So, not only is it saying no buff spells, we know he doesn't have the Shaped, we don't think they have the Sharp, right? But also, even if they do keep it alive, the unit's still going to die. We're flipping our Ezreal, which we need to do. And we're getting the Chompers down to set up a tempo play. And try and push our last bit of chip before we transition into this Ezreal game plan. So,
Oh, and Mathy goes for the rally in that spot. Not something I expected, but a play I do actually quite like. This is going to push a good bit of damage here and let him clear out a unit.
Yeah. And I think the rally there, while it isn't the best rally in terms of what you are pressuring, I think it is quite good. You clear a unit, so you're taking way less on the crackback, and you're flipping the horde there. And seeing this card and accessing this card before this turn can be super important for Matty in terms of letting him stabilize. So I think it's a really heads-up play by him. Despite the game's not really going his way, I think Matty has shown that he's a very skilled Sivir Auction pilot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely seen him on this deck a fair bit in tournaments. I've had the misfortune of queuing into him a couple times at this point.
Yeah, certainly a player to watch out for. And a player, honestly, I ran into this guy several times in seasonal open rounds, and it's never an easy time. I thankfully haven't been too unfortunate to face him. But it's never an easy time, and it's definitely gone back and forth between us in the multiple seasons we faced. But always an exciting time playing against a player of this skill level. And excited to see if he can find a way to turn the corner. The Screeching Dragon will do a lot to bring the board back in for the side of Mathy, but this Ezreal burnout is so potent with the cast merge change, or the cast play change.
Yes, it really is. But first, you got to level up your Ezreal, which I guess he's there, right? He's made it.
We flipped. Yeah, so when we did the Get Excited group shot play, we flipped Ezreal there.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the reason why I'm pretty sure Sonic went for it.
Definitely seems that way, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Otherwise, seems a little bit hasty to throw out all that burn against a challenger. But given that it helped us accomplish our goal of leveling up the Ezreal, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and Sonic actually electing to hard play the Stomper, saying, I don't really think you have more units, and just trying to push as much tempo, as much board-based damage as he can before he's about to lose it in transition to his Ezreal burn game plan. And while I can appreciate the intent, I feel like it's a bit scary. I feel like as Sonic, you kind of just wanted to take that pass, try and slow the game down a little bit, and take advantage of the ability to build up your hand and the ability for Ezreal to just do insane burnouts on the stack with the play cast merge.
Yeah, the Ezreal change definitely has been a little bit more effective than I thought it would be, but a lot less effective than I've seen some other people crying that it would be. We'll see how much of a difference it can make in this game. That's a Mystic shot off the top, not third Ezreal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is a Mystic off the top. And I kind of have to agree with you with your assessments of the Ezreal change. I definitely think it's been a bit more impactful than I've thought, especially in a deck like this designed to abuse it, but it's certainly nothing game breaking yet. And, something I'm not too worried about if the devs have said they'll keep their eye on it. And they've had a pretty solid record this patch for fixing things as they've came up. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, we did get the bug fixes coming in today. I believe the tree changes through now as well. I saw another update.
Heard it is.
And I did see chat mentioning it as well. So they have been working overtime to get us that stuff. And on top of that, they've also announced that they are going to make the people happy and make Davebo very happy because they're going to break his favorite deck even further by allowing Taric, Karma, and Jace to count their spells as being played or cast, however you want to call it now that it's been merged.
Yes, certainly very exciting. But I will say, Karma Ezreal, while I say Ezreal hasn't been broken, it hasn't been too bad, that might push him over the edge. I'll wait and see. I'll hold judgment, but that it's a bit scary, I must say.
Terrifying in my opinion, but honestly, I can't believe people were actually asking for this change because this one scares me. This actually scares me. But back to the game at hand. Ezreal is being targeted here, and this is second Ezreal now. Sonic might not be feeling like he's in the best spot anymore. The Screeching Dragon really did do a fantastic job of getting him back into this game.
Yeah, and if you're Sonic, I think you kind of just have to throw the Get Excited and the Group Shot at the Screeching and, pray it's enough. Say, hey man, you only got Sharp Sight? ?
Fortunately, Mathy has Quicksand, has Sharp Sight, and has Single Combat, so can even guarantee that this Ezreal will die. And Absolver.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Mathy decides he wants to kill this Ezreal. If he decides he wants to use the Single Combat on the Dragon and then lose the Akshan Strike, or if he wants to use the Absolver and keep his Dragon alive but lose access to the Overwhelm. So very curious to see what he decides to do here.
Oh, sure. Take your time. I love to be kept waiting.
I think I would personally just go for the Single Combat because I don't want to waste the Absolver, but looks like he values the Absolver a little bit more.
Yeah, I can dig getting rid of the Absolver, right? Because what this is going to do is it's going to keep our Dragon alive. It's going to buff him to 2 because it's going to kill. Akshan is going to strike, advance the Horde by 1, and then next turn it goes to 2. If they swing and drag Akshan, it goes to 1 because they're trying to get damage through. And then we can use the single next turn to pop the Horde and do our thing.
Well, Dragon's going to go down here, and 2 damage is going to get through from the side of Sonic. We've seen 2 Get Exciteds used, but no Mystic shots yet, as far as I can remember. So this is still well within his grasp. Of course, can find Pharaoh's Financier into more burn like the Shock Blast, but...
And that's a static shock, so that is 4 on the board, and a great top deck for Matty, not even having to use the single to pop the Horde. And now I think he just has to go off. Yeah, has to go... Is this font correct? That's a really interesting decision, because we could grant Vulnerable and bring a Sivir back.
Yeah, I think that might have been slightly better.
Because we can grant this vulnerable, and we can play out a challenger to drag another thing to get Sivir and Akshan to hit face.
Maybe maybe more guaranteed damage, but less high roll potential. And it seems like with the line we ended up taking, Mathy's going to come out with more damage overall. Having found that Treasure Seeker and the Broadwing, it's looking pretty good here, as well as the Sharp Sight to let him protect the Treasure Seeker.
Yeah. Oh, and this group shot. And he elects for the Static Shock. This feels like a bit of a greedy line from Sonic, just not respecting his opponent's ability to kill him. He had the option to take a Static Shot or a group shot, and elected for the Static Shock, turning off the ability to use the
This is
Mystic Shot and a group shot.
Huh. What do you do in this position? Do you just... You gotta... Oof.
In this position, oh.
Oh, that's a slight misstep from the side of Sonic.
I think we needed to Static Shock the 0-1 and the face.
I agree. That's what I would have gone for anyways. But maybe feeling a little bit scared because we've seen a couple combat tricks come out now. Still, has a couple turns still. At least one turn.
One card in hand, though. I think you have to Static there and hit face, and then you have Mystic, and then you also have Static, and you can just cycle into it. I don't know how you win now because you don't have more burn on top.
It's true.
You have to hit like Financier or Shock Blast. Well,
Ooh.
you know, is it happening? True Shot Barrage, you know, that's kind of it.
That's good enough in this spot. It's going to help you clear down the board.
Might just be.
It's going to get you a lot closer.
I might have spoken into existence. Maybe I'm the Zoomer King, actually.
I think you are at this point. You're younger than me. That makes you a Zoomer, right?
Yeah, no, that is how the cutoff works. This is checking out, Monty. I might just be the oldest Zoomer.
So here we're going to see the True Shot Barrage and opts to hit the Nexus instead of clear the entire board. And I think that's got to...
I think you have to.
Yeah, I think you have.
And,
it translates into the same amount of damage either way, but you're guaranteed the damage if you go for the...
I feel like not taking that pass is so questionable.
I'll stop you.
Oh? Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So we need the group shot on top for Sonic and no combat trick.
No combat trick. Group shot on top. And he's gonna draw it to the Static Shock now.
He's gonna get there, isn't he?
He's gonna get there.
This madman's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it. This is insane. This is wild. This is a great finals. That's a Flame Choppers. It's not what you want to see.
It's better than a quicksand off the top. I'll tell you that much.
That's true.
Aphelios Financier.
Come on.
Here's a true shot.
He's got it.
And now he just... does he have the right?
Oh, Mathy didn't even play his unit. Is going to go ahead and quicksand here instead. No right. We can see it. If you're Sonic...
Now it's just a formality until Sonic takes it home. Big congratulations to Sonic. You know, not an easy task to win one of these events.
No, it's not. A lot of good players came out today. Particularly, a lot of good players going to continue to come out.
Yeah, and Mathy just thinking, how does he win this game? What cards can he beat? Like, just how? And
sends it back.
Unfortunately, the answer for him is, you don't.
Yeah, I guess he was trying to play for this Radiant Guardian. Says if I'm going to win at all, I need to get the healing back. And just couldn't get there at the end of the day. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people joining us in chat, thank you so much for sticking through that entire tournament. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed casting it. We're going to see if Sonic can get on is interested in joining us for a winner's interview. Card Gamer, what did you think of that finals?
I think, even though it was a 2-0, I think it was really exciting. I think that It was very well played for the most part. I think Sonic did slip up a little bit in the end, but fortunately for him, unfortunately for Mathy, it didn't end up losing him the game. But I think it was a very well played tournament from both of our players. I mean, I can't really fault Sonic for making a couple slip ups at the end there. Not only has it been a long tournament, but it's 8 a.m. for my guy. Like, he's been up all night playing Legends of Runeterra and playing a tournament this clean with decks that have these many decision points. A lot of respect to him.
Yeah, and it looks like Sonic is interested in joining us for a winners interview. So, welcome, Sonic. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that win? Oh.
Can you hear us, bud? Okay.
Okay, what's it?
He's getting his audio settled.
That's our fault.
Sonic here. The fresh off, a really impressive win. Honestly, I think the most impressive part is the time zone diff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
Hey, Sonic.
yeah, we can hear you now. What's up, buddy?
Oh, hello. Thanks so much for for having me.
No, it's our pleasure. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked, especially after that last series. Like it was like really tense. Plus, I choked hard, especially that last game. So I felt like I didn't really deserve the win. So I'm like a bit shook, but yeah, feeling great.
Yeah, I think you played a really clean tournament. I think, yeah, there were a couple slip ups at the end, but you're playing decks with a lot of decisions. You're playing at absurd hours, and you're playing new decks that you haven't had a lot of time to learn. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much about it. And I think we mentioned this earlier on the cast. You're a very good player, but some days it's better to be lucky than good. And maybe if you got a little bit luckier today, then you played good. It's whatever, man. You got 50 more bucks in your pocket.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have to agree with Card Gamer on that one. I also thought you played very well, and you played well enough to get yourself a shot at the $50. Winning that last round was the make or break for the top cut. So, did you realize that when you went into the fourth round? Did that add any pressure to you? Did anything like that?
Well, I mean a bit. Like the way the Sways works, like it was unfortunate because we had three 3-0s, and so like if I lost, we didn't have top cut, right? So like the pressure was on me, and I mean I pulled through, and also I was playing against Snipe Cross, who's like a buddy of mine. We scream a bit, so like I was comfortable.
Yeah. What did you think of Snipe Cross's lineup before we ask you about your own? Because we will, but that you brought him up, so now I have to ask. Like, that was a really spicy lineup. How was it playing against that?
Yeah, he told me he's like scared of my lineup. I'm like, yeah, I mean, same here. But I don't know, like probably just something that I'm not used to. But I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't even remember that much. I just try to play it.
Of course. And your lineup is something that a lot of people might not know as well. You do have the Aphelios deck, the Fizz Aphelios, and then the new Broken Ball pile in Ezreal Heimerdinger, and of course Draven Scion. Do you feel like these decks worked out really well together? Was there like a ban strategy that you had in mind with this lineup? What made you bring these decks today? Just give us a little bit of insight into your lineup construction process and all that.
Okay, thanks. So so Fizz Aphelios, I've been playing in all these tournaments. I just love the deck. It's probably one of my all-time favorite decks, so I just love it, and I just start the lineup with that. Then the Ezreal Heimer deck, the Broken Balls. Shout out to him for like making it. I think it's just abusing strong cards, and I also really like it. And then for the Sion list, I just copied yesterday's winning list from What Am I? So it's generally just 3 strong decks, and the ban is like Aphelios Targon that has healing and hashes and stuff like that.
Okay, makes a lot of sense to me. Card Gamer, do you have any questions for our champion?
Yeah. So one question I have for you is obviously outside of just personal preference, and I know these like Aphelios Fizz type style decks are really your jam. Why do you think that deck is so strong? There's a handful of players who have really good results with it and think it's very strong, but I feel like most of the community doesn't give it the time of day. So I would just love to hear your take on it.
I don't know. I think it's like I'm ironically going to use the word. I'm not sure how it's supposed to be used, but you know the orthogonal, the Drisselt word.
Yeah. You have a lot of different
I
win
think
cons, and they
yeah,
work together pretty well.
it's like, and it's not even like you have many win cons, but it's like you look at a matchup and you have to like completely switch to what you're doing. So like some matchup I like fully mulligan for Aphelios, some I just want to swarm them, some I want to do the fizz OTK and stuff like that. So that's why I like it. Like I feel like I'm not even close to to mastering the deck. So especially because it's like super matchup dependent, and also I just like it.
Yeah, I mean it's a really fun deck. I'm a big fan of it myself as well.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. You're a great player, and having a really flexible deck that allows a lot of skill expression and allows you to flex your knowledge and understanding of the game sounds like, a great deck for a player like you or any other really strong player. So can't argue with that.
Well, I think it's I've heard it's pretty early for you and you've been playing all night, so I will give you an opportunity, Sonic, to say anything you want to the chat, give any shout outs you want to give, anything like that. And then I think I'm going to wrap up the stream because it's getting pretty late for us too.
Okay. I'm going to just shout out the people that I copied the list from because I'm a filthy net decker. So what am I for the sand deck? Broken Ball for the Heimer, and Aphelios has been like in refinement, but I have Haneke's list. That's like the card for card that he refined. So shout out to those guys. Keep on making decks that I can play.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for the winners interview, and congratulations again. I am going to say also thank you very much to chat for sticking through this entire tournament with us, and thank you to Card Gamer for joining me, and of course thank you to CommunityGaming.io for sponsoring this Road to Seasonals event. That's going to be it for us tonight. Card Gamer, do you have any final words to sign off with?
Yeah, I mean, it was great being here. It's always a good time to cast. Some super exciting games. I love the finals. It was super fun to cast. Thank you for chat for sticking with us. Thank you for Sonic for, playing such a fun lineup, letting me make Zoomer jokes all night. But you have to top cut next 2 weeks from now. Where else? Thanks for Monty for having me. Thanks for Community Gaming for hosting. And yeah, that's about it. Everyone have a good night. And until next time.
All right. Well, congratulations again to Sonic. I hope to see you back in a future tournament and maybe with some more Zoomer decks. So that way I can learn some more. And yeah, thank you guys so very much. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.